Gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The show starts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go.
The following is a world-class Bullshitters exclusive.
Submit to the High Council here on World Class Bullshitters. I'm your host, Jeff Hicks, and with me tonight is my co-host, Caffeinated Wolf.
What is going on, YouTube? What's going on, chat? Hail to you. Hail to the High Council. Fantastic panel tonight. Super excited for this show.
Dude, so am I. Now, folks, we're joined by our good friend, the one, the only ScriptDoctor.
Hello, happy to be here this evening.
And we're also joined by a man who has joined us, but it hasn't been he's been here, but it's been a long time since he's been here. So, folks, say hello to the one, the only, Tom Conkle.
Hey, it's a pleasure, Jeff. Thanks for having me back. Yes, it has been too long, hasn't it? And hello, shout out to the chat. Thanks for having me here. I'm really honored to be part of this whole High Council tonight.
Well, we're happy to have you. Now, folks, we ran a couple minutes late starting the show because Tom was telling us about a little project he was a part of called Red Dead Redemption. You're in that game, correct?
I am in that game. I was in both of them that Rockstar developed. I really got a chance to see how much motion capture advanced. When I did the first one, I played a couple of characters, townsfolk, cowboys, different things like that, and it was using cutting edge for the time capture. You know, you have I have a picture of myself somewhere with all the dots and the stuff on there because I had auditioned originally to do some voices, but they liked my look and whatever, so they did a full capture of me. It was a full performance capture of the character for the first one, and it really was ambitious. I think it's a great game. I remember playing it for the first time, and my son was very young, but all of a sudden he heard my voice, and he's like, "Wait a second." I go, "Let's shoot him in the back." So he shot me in the back.
That is so messed up.
Yeah, and it's funny because there's so many branches. You know, it's a choose your own adventure type thing. So I recorded maybe 700 lines, you know, of all the different outcomes that you could have, and then we got along so well that they brought me back for the second Red Dead, and that one was like a film shoot. That was a full, we discussed the characters. I saw the scenes, how they were blocked. They had markers on me everywhere. So we went full bore with that one. And again, the technology had made just a huge leap where literally I'm seeing my face while I'm doing it, captured, interacting with other people. And I think that game turned out great too, because it's you really feel like at the end of the game, you were part of the story. Like you miss it once it's gone. And I got to play, you know, one of the gang members with Marston. I also play a guy, if you ever play it again, there's one irritable guy who kind of looks like me with a beard who rides by on a horse. And depending on what you do, you can end the game right there. I will end you if you look at me the wrong way or bump my horse. So it was a lot of fun doing those. And it gave me a kind of a cool view of where stuff was going. It was becoming so cinematic. But for me, I also learned a lot on the production side, watching how they put it together, and I'm applying some of that stuff to the feature that I'm doing next. My second film will rely on some of that technology.
Ooh, I didn't know that. I didn't even know you were part of that game, and I played it. I may have run into you because I've been killed dozens of times in Red Dead Redemption 2.
Yeah, you might. Yeah, if you go online, I think it's on IMDb and a couple other things, you'll just see a line item on there. They don't really credit people very well in video games. I think my name's at the end scroll of it or whatever, but it was a blast.
I had so much fun dying a million times in that game. Now I'm going to go back and play it. I got to get my PS4 out of storage, and I'm going to look
play
for
it again. I'll have to dust off my Xbox and find it again, yeah.
So, folks, thank you for joining us tonight. We're going to be talking about a multitude of things. We're going to be talking about Tom Conkle's new project because, Tom, you're working with somebody in our sphere that's an all-time legend, the one, the only Vernon Wells, who's been in some wonderful Schwarzenegger pictures. He's been in Mad Max. He's in Weird Science, which I happen to have my copy right here on 4K. Like,
Oh, really?
he's
That's
been in a
great.
ton of stuff. That guy
He has.
is awesome.
My journey to him has been weird. He was the first person that I thought was famous that I ever met when I moved to LA. I was literally a kid. I was like 20 years old, maybe 21 years old, working at Circuit City for Christmas help. And in walks Vernon. And I had moved out here, as a director and an actor. I wanted to get into the business, but, you got to eat. So I'm working at Circuit City. And I run up to him. And, this wasn't long after. This was late 80s, early 90s, which dates me. And I walk up to him. I'm like, Vernon, one day you're going to make a movie with me. And he goes, yeah, kid, can you get me a Walkman? And that was pretty much it. And flash forward, Road Warrior was probably the first R-rated film I ever convinced my dad to take me to. Flash forward a couple of decades, we crossed paths again, and I proposed a film noir to him called Trouble Is My Business. That was my first, foray into directing feature films, and he accepted it. And so I got to know him. He's incredible. Literally during one scene, I kind of looked up at him and go, you're not going to remember this, but when I was 20 years old, I told you I would be here. He's like, you got to be kidding me. And I'm like, no, it really happened. I remember you, you don't remember me. And it was wonderful. And now with Island of the Stars, which is our new thing, I asked him what his bucket list was. And one of the characters that I had already thought about doing in this film, he's genetically designed to do. So it matched together. He's producing it with me. He's calling in all his favors with some classic, legendary Australian talent, like A-list talent for this film. Maybe even reuniting with somebody that he did a little scrappy Australian film with many years ago. And for me, it's just upping my game. Everything I've learned over the last 27, 28 years doing this is the basket I can put it in, because I love pulp comics. I love movies about something where it's a quest. This is an original idea that draws on all these great influences from classic movies. It's not about a message. It's not about anything other than what's it like if you're hiding, you're slow drip, but you're bleeding in your life, and you find out, I've got a bigger purpose. I've got something to do. And she's got these mentors around her who teach her, who let her find out what her bliss is, and she can follow it. And this film that I'm doing with Vernon is really his bucket list, and it's kind of mine. I hope I'm further from the bucket than he is. But yeah, we're really looking forward to doing this.
So I'm going to show the video of it real quick, and then we're going to talk about all sorts of stuff. So folks, the movie is called Island in the Stars, Aussie sci-fi adventure film on Indiegogo. And let me just get this pulled up real quick. Sorry about that, but I don't love StreamYard setup. And let's check it out.
My name is Vernon George Wells. I'm an actor and a producer, and what we're talking about is a wonderful film I'll be doing called Island in the Stars.
Island in the Stars is the story of a young woman named Jackie Driscoll, who on a faraway planet encounters a roguish space pirate who has with him a mysterious box that may lead to her missing father, as her destiny lies hidden on an island in the stars.
So my name is Emily Coop. I am an actor, singer-songwriter, and I'm playing Jackie. Island in the Stars is pretty much Pirates of the Caribbean meets Star Wars. I mean, it's going to be amazing.
It's the kind of movie that 14-year-old Tom would have been like, I want to see this! I have to see this movie! Because I think you should be making films, you should be making art that you yourself want to see.
So when we started putting this together, I just started going through my Rolodex of 40 years odd of people, not just people in front of the camera, but people behind the camera, people that I know, calling in favors and talking to people, because I think that this film deserves to have the best.
Obviously working with Dream Screens Australia is huge. They're an amazing, talented group of people, and the technology they're bringing into film is just fantastic.
It's going to be wonderful, and seriously, I'll be ringing a lot of you up to see this and pestering the heck out of you to get this film made, because I think it's wonderful.
Island in the Stars is truly an epic science fiction adventure film.
Island in the Stars allows for all of these elements to come together in this confluence of a movie that I want to see, that is a action adventure fantasy science fiction movie.
It will be fun, you will love it, and we will do everything we can to make it the best that there is. So please. This film will remind you of what you've missed out on and show you that it's still there, and you'll be able to talk to your kids and say, that's what it used to be like. Island in the Stars. I can't wait for you to see it.
That looked really cool.
That
thank you.
I have to, out of everything, like the passion of everybody talking about it on there was fantastic. But what stuck out to me right away was the costuming.
Yeah.
That
it's so
costuming
important.
looked incredible. And there's in so many movies these days, not all, mind you, there are some movies that really nail the costuming so well, but a lot of them just seems either bland or uninspired, or it just seems low effort. And there was just so much cool. Like, there was a blend of a lot of different like subgenres within the costuming styles that I was seeing in there. Like there's a little bit of sci-fi, a little bit of cyberpunk, almost a little bit of Western as well.
Yeah, very much so. And some Master and Commander, a lot of officers' naval uniforms.
Yeah.
One of the things I really wanted to show, this is a very formal society. It's almost as if the sort of Victorian colonial era naval aesthetic moved out into the stars for hundreds of years, and they never really left it behind. So the ornamentation you have shows rank. It shows your status. It's a power gesture in many cases. And then, of course, when you have naval things, you have two words: space pirates. And so you get the sort of antithesis of the formality. But what I love about it is, with the sound off, you can tell the rank, the sort of power structure, a little bit about the character from the costume, and it feels lived in but logical.
Gosh, that looks so cool.
It does.
That's exactly what I'm going for. I did a lot of research into 1800s uniforms, kind of projecting forward what would happen if that had never left as an aesthetic.
It's so important. Aesthetics are so important. Movies are a visual medium. I work in comic books. And there's a little bit of crossover there, as they're both visual storytelling mediums, and therefore, first and foremost, you really have to nail that aesthetic. You can have the script down perfectly. You can have the right performances in the case of film. You can have great, emotionally swelling scores. But if visually it just doesn't fit, if it looks off, if it looks low effort, that will immediately remove an audience. Like, the visuals are what are going to first and foremost, I think, capture the audience. The story's what's going to keep them there.
Yeah,
but you have to have that visual draw, right?
You're right. Nothing cheapens it more than the aesthetic not being well thought out and not being rich. As you know, you work in a visual medium. It communicates character. It communicates the environment.
You can learn so much about a character just based on how they were designed, how they dress, how they hold themselves.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And because of the nature of this story, because it does have a kind of naval feel to it, it was so important that the uniforms look like something has sort of moved into almost an alt universe version of a lot of the more Edwardian, Victorian formal outfits. And I'm already reaching out to some just top tier costuming people in Australia, that talent pool, people that have worked on amazing things, from Fury Road to Baz Luhrmann stuff, where the richness of the costumes, they just get it. I don't want something that looks like it just got off the rack and here, put this on, and it's really
they went over to Spirit of Halloween in November, and we're like, this will pass.
Yeah, or the plain NASA jumpsuit look. I'm like so sick of the industrial aesthetic of all that. I'm like, you know what? If people had to live in this for decades, they would ornament it. They would make it beautiful because they would get bored just wearing jumpsuits and plastic things. So yeah, I'm glad you responded to that. The costume on it was super important as much as any other aesthetic. The music and the sets and everything. At the end of the day, it's about people and faces, but what you put them in makes a big difference.
I mean, this stuff has me excited because I too am an artist, and I focus on the visuals of everything, and I just instantly was sucked into this. I'm like, all right, I'm ready to go on this journey. And the thing I wanted to ask you, though, you talked about in the video, this is something I wanted to see when I was 14. What are your at that age, what were you watching? Like, what was some of your influences on this?
Tons. When I first got into this, I was watching everything from Kubrick's Spartacus. I watched Road Warrior. I was a total freak for the first Terminator movie. I also loved like the old 50s and 60s Jules Verne adventures. I loved the Time Machine, the George Pal Time Machine. I totally grew up loving those kind of rich teams going on a mission, going on a voyage. As I got older, Master and Commander, all these different films, I was like absorbing them. Even Hunt for Red October, I just love the aesthetic of that. And all of those things ended up in my head, and I was like, well, how do I do something with this? Because visually, I wanted something that felt familiar but new. And by setting it in Australia and giving it that kind of, well, I've never seen a space opera with an all Australian cast, and then oh wow, he's got kind of this naval master and commander thing with pirates and naval things, and then on top of that, even the steampunk aesthetic, even the sort of Victorian Edwardian aesthetic, then projected through futurism, started to make sense. Where everything to me, when we were writing the script, I wrote the script with Michael Smith, who is also a visual effects producer, and it was what's possible, what can we push, how can we value engineer this so we're not, spending ridiculous money or trying to raise money that will never make this movie. How do we make this movie for a sort of value engineered amount of money, smart budget it, but what can we push? And it costs nothing to have an original idea.
I wish Hollywood understood that, because they'll spend
I do too, man. I'm in Hollywood. I've been knocking on the door while the house was burning for a long time. Yeah. And I have made a lot of money for other people. And I'm tired of being their waiter. I want to own the restaurant. So when I directed my first feature, got my feet wet, and that had 2,000 visual effects on it, but most of them hopefully are not that visible. I had to make much out of nothing, but I created LA in the 1940s, and from that aesthetic, I learned so much over the intervening years that now I feel like this is a next logical step to create this. And the artwork is very reflective of what the final product would look like. We workshopped it, we did previs on it. As soon as this money comes in through the fundraising, the first thing I do is go back to concept artists, start getting them moving on creating the previs stuff, all the storyboarding. We start really mapping out what's needing to be built, what can be created physically, what can be created digitally, and really honing down the look that I have in my head, which is a very specific look, and it's not something we've seen before. When you ask me what it's like, I'm like, how do you explain, how did Fifth Element, it's like, well, it was like heavy metal, it's like, it's everything that I love in one place that kind of makes sense.
I love that description because I've talked with Jeff about this off air a couple of times, but I'm working on a side project of my own for a graphic novel, and it's, without going too much into it because that's not important, the important thing is it's meant to be kind of this ode, this love letter to all the things that I grew up loving in entertainment. And so it draws, maybe more inspiration from one thing than another, but people that enjoyed those things, even tangentially, would be able to pick that out. I want people to be able to see this thing that's kind of this amalgamation, this culmination of all the things that kind of made me who I am when it comes to enjoying entertainment. I want people that enjoyed those things as well to like be able to, read the book and be like, I know what he's taking reference from here. For me, that's an exciting thing. If I'm reading something or if I'm watching something, it's like I totally know what they used as reference for that, and that's awesome because I love that thing too, right?
It is. It puts you in it.
That.
Yeah, it's a passion behind it. I totally agree. That's a great point, Andrew. I feel like we don't have to please everyone, just enough people. If the people that love this kind of thing go, you know what, you shot for it and you did it, that's good enough. We don't have to please people that never would have liked a space opera, never would have liked pulp comics, never would have liked this aesthetic. We just need to please the people. I feel like when you're doing a movie, if it does what you say it's going to do, then that's a good movie. If it promises one thing and fails at that one thing that it's supposed to do, then it doesn't matter that the technical prowess, it doesn't matter how much money you threw at it. It failed to deliver on the promise of this is a celebration of this. For people that enjoy that kind of film, this look, you're going to love this film. And if I've done my job, exactly that feeling where you're going, yep, I know that influence. Oh, that's great. That's Jules Verne. That's from Treasure Island. This, all of that in one loving kind of package that everything old is new again. And that, they say that the art of creativity is hiding your sources. And we found a really cool way to hide the sources in a new original story.
Those are two lost things, I think, in entertainment today.
Oh, definitely.
Seeking to actually do the thing that you're advertising you're going to do.
Yeah.
But also pleasing your actual target demographic. A lot of that can also be marketing. There's a big failure in marketing and entertainment these days where they'll market to a group that by default has zero interest in the thing that you're making. And so you're starting from behind and you're never going to get there. You're never going to be successful if you do that. So if you are marketing to the people that you're like, okay, I'm making this for people that enjoy Jules Verne, enjoy Treasure Island, enjoy all of this, and you make it very apparent this is for people like you.
Yes.
Those people will come. They'll show up. And as long as you're successful in delivering, because it's a two-parter, right? To market to your intended demographic and then deliver with the product. But if you do that, you're kind of guaranteed success, or at least you have maximized, I should say, probably more realistically.
You've maximized exactly
your likelihood of success.
Exactly, that's well put. Everything is a risk, but when you're not spending $100 million, you can take more risks, and this maximizes the potential. I have it in my head. I've shot this film in my head a zillion times, and you make it 3 times. When we were writing the script, when we're shooting it, and then when we edit it. Those are the 3 times you make a movie. And if it turns out even close to what I want, then 16-year-old me is going to be like, yes, this is great, because that's the movie I want to see, and it's just not out there. The hardest thing, one of the reasons I'm reaching out to people through the Indiegogo is this isn't like the things that everybody's doing right now. It's like, well, what's it like? Well, you go into a picture and like, well, actually, it's this original naval steampunk adventure in the style of Jules Verne. They're like, no. I mean, is it like Little Rascals, or is it like Star Wars? And it's like, no, it's not like that. And that's been my frustration, is the system is set up to be the antithesis of creativity, because they want a safe bet. But more importantly, when you're offering a project up to someone with money or distribution, they want to know what it's like. And it's like, well, you can say what it's like, but if it's original, I've had so many people go, well, how can you do this for this money? Or, well, now, why is it original? Why aren't you doing something that's already established? Or why aren't you redoing something else? I'm like, I don't want to. If it's been done well, I don't want to do it again because I've got it on my shelf. And if it's not a good idea to reboot it, why reboot it just to reboot it? They're like, well, we made a version that's almost as good as the original. Congratulations.
Right. That's like in music. If people, they'll say to you, if you're trying to audition for American Idol or The Voice or whatever, insert whatever show, America's Got Talent, any of these things, don't try to sound like such and such person. Like, don't try and sound like Mariah. Well, for one, actually, first and foremost, if you're not Mariah, don't try to be Mariah.
Try and sound, exactly.
When she could still do it anyway.
Right.
But if they wanted somebody that sounded like Mariah, guess who they're going to get? They're going to get Mariah.
Yeah, they're going to get Mariah. Yeah. And you're right. The project like this, if you want to recycle, redo, it's like, I would just want to reboot, Pirates of the Caribbean. It's like, they're not even dead yet. The people in it aren't dead yet, and you're rebooting. That's not this movie. This movie is a grassroots effort by, I'm like the audience. It's like, I'm fed up. I want to use the skills that I have, all the amazing people I have, to just make a movie that at least tries to be different, tries to be original, and is more of a return to kind of old school, just entertain me with a movie that is about something. It's not recursively going, hey, remember this? Remember that? And the Star Wars, it's just so simple, and yet no one is doing it, and it astounds me.
Well, I'm excited because, one, I get to hear your passion and hear your influences, but we keep talking every week how nothing exciting comes out anymore, and it just, you have to go elsewhere to get it. Because I would watch this movie in a heartbeat. I'm going to go back this after our show tonight. Like, I'm going to check this one out because I don't want to say I want to be a part of it to try for ego. I want to be a part to make sure that this thing gets out there, because I watch movies, I make comics, I do these things, and I need entertainment to keep my creativity flowing. So it's nice to have something like this that looks exciting. There's so many times I go to watch a trailer. I mean, put it like this, Tom. I got more excitement out of your Indiegogo trailer than I did big budget trailers for a lot of movies that I've seen this year. As I would go, that looks fine. That's whatever. But I'm like, I want to see this one. Like, this is something that if you told me, it's available now, I'd go, oh, okay, let me go pick up a copy, or let me go stream that, or this. Because I love the ships, I love the design. And the thing is, you're talking about an era where, the entertainment had a higher bar for quality. Today, they just copy from so many terrible sources, and you're like, really? You want to make something in the vein of the 1990s Mario movie? Okay, maybe we need to go back a little further and pick something better. But, I mean, you're speaking my language.
A lot of people, Jeff, are making these things that didn't even think of them to begin with. This is like telephone. It's now the second wave of executive suites have come in and like, okay, what do we have? What properties did they come up with 20 years ago? Okay, let's make more of that. Do you know how it works? No, but it's on my resume. I've got comedy on there. I've got some sci-fi. It's like these things are being created by people devoid of the passion for doing it. And to me, it's just too hard to make it for me not to already love it. I've never gone into something I want to do, no matter how crazy it is, without at least going, you know what? I'm the audience for this. I at least believe in it, and I at least pay a kind of homage to the material where it's like, okay, how do I best execute it? How do I, bring this team together and try and make the best movie I can? And you're right. You can't get excited about a lot of these movies. I'm the same way. I'm just like, it's numbing. I hate when you watch a movie and it's a prequel and you already know, well, everyone has to live because I've seen the next movie. Or you watch a reboot and you're like, yeah. I mean, I remember watching the Thing reboot and I was like, well, okay, why do a pale version of it? But also it's like, oh, so you mean everybody's going to get taken over on the ice station and she's going to live and do that? Why did I go see the movie? There's no point to seeing it. Yeah, exactly. And that for me was real motivation. I was like, you know what? The hardest thing to do with an indie film is first money in. I have already gotten 2 offers for distribution. Part of this money would go to paying a very good entertainment lawyer to make sure we're not being screwed. But by the same token, having a distribution contract opens up millions of dollars, particularly through the Australian producer's offset. In order to get this. And the American dollar is amazing against it. I think it's 65 cents to the dollar down there. So if I'm able to raise what I'm able to raise, it's almost a third more spendable money in Australia, plus a 40% producer's offset. That's spendable money back in the pocket. So you don't have to swing for the fence. You don't have to make $500 million, $1 billion. You just have to make enough to be able to pay people back, give them a return on it, and maybe do something else. And for me, it's the equation's obvious. The mid-range movie has disappeared. If you talk to people, I've been talking about movies that were originally independent films that you look at, and even adjusted for inflation, you're like, okay, Terminator, $7 million, maybe $9 million bucks, ends up launching all these careers, being a decent, great B movie. An indie film like A New Hope, nobody wanted it. He made it for maybe $19 million, got somebody to pick it up. There's no reason with technology now you can't do that. Just no one's doing it. They want to buy an insurance policy.
We don't have the innovators now. We don't
exactly.
have the animators. There's a lack of creativity. You were just touching on this. Everybody just wants to do a reboot or a prequel or a sequel or something with a property that already exists that they had nothing to do with the creation of. And something else that you were saying that I really, really want to impress upon, and I wish either we could get a ton of people that had this exact mentality to take over all these positions in Hollywood, or put you in charge to find the right people, because you were saying something regarding the people that are in charge of these properties. They had no part of the creation. They don't understand the properties. They don't understand the audience that the properties initially catered to. They don't understand what makes them magical. They don't understand what made them successful. They just think that it's all tied to a name, all tied to a brand, and therefore that's why we see so much recycling and regurgitation of all of these same products. And as much as I would love to see, Spider-Man and Flash and all these characters I grew up loving in Star Wars, all of those have gone to hell because the people in charge of those now know squat all about them. They don't enjoy the properties, and they actively seek to undermine the people who actually enjoyed them. And because
they have contempt.
They have contempt for their audience. They have contempt. Well, these are the people that made this property successful for 50, 60, 70 years. Oh, well, we don't like those people. Okay, so you don't like money. Fine. All right.
right.
And we don't need those
people.
Yeah, and we're not seeing original products now, or we're seeing them very few and far between, and most of them just seem so uninspired. The age of people who are truly creative and are passionate about that thing. There are plenty of people who are like, yeah, I'm gonna make this self-insert thing here. This character is basically me and my family and my best friend, and there's that. Well, your family and your best friend aren't particularly entertaining or interesting, and that's what you gave us as a movie, so nobody went and watched it, and nobody that did liked it.
Great point.
There's just so few creators that are passionate about the thing that they're creating, but also are knowledgeable enough about the thing that they're creating and how to market.
Exactly. And the big companies that have money and access, they are not used to working with an auteur. It scares the crap out of them. And you'll see that they get let go. They can't work with them because everything comes down like a white paper. It's all like, well, we shop this through the marketing people and we're going to retro engineer something. It seems like, and I've always said, the job of a filmmaker and a storyteller is to be a trendsetter, not to follow trends. And when you see a movie, it is in development for a couple of years. So what was big then, by the time it comes out, isn't big anymore. And it's not something that's going to be cutting edge. You don't start something going, I'm making a cutting edge award-winning film. You start with a simple thing. Doesn't cost anything to have an original idea. You start by making a movie you want to see and make it an original thought, and then build from that, and people come on board. And when you get first money in with something like, we're doing the Indiegogo, you're buying the ticket when we need it. This allows me to go forward and go, look at all the people interested in this. We're all bitching about Hollywood and how Hollywood's not making anything. Look, I found all these people that said, yeah, we're fed up too. Let's try something else.
Being I can part of the solution rather than just bitching about the problem.
Just bitching about it because it's never going to get better. And if you don't endorse the original stuff that comes out, it sends the wrong message. It sends a message of, oh, see, they didn't want to see it.
What was
exactly,
that
and that's what's been hurting the industry is the fact that Tom, you know this among as much as I do, and a lot of other people, is that there's a lot more creative voices in this entertainment sphere of talent, but again, because they are wanting to push certain boundaries, experiment a little, that scares the heck out of the people that finance these films. And as a result, what you end up having is you have the audience having a skewed perspective of what is actually going into the creative process, where they're wondering, man, what happened to Jerry Bruckheimer and all the fun movies that he made? Well, he's still around, but guess what? It's really hard for him to get a movie made because the people that are in charge that would finance his films are terrified with the fact that he's picking these guys and girls that are kind of innovative, that are kind of doing the things that made Jerry Bruckheimer. And as a result of that, that's why you have men and women like Tom here doing an Indiegogo saying, listen, we need to convey to the people that have these distribution resources, have these funding resources, that they cannot be looking at product only from a marketing aspect. They have to understand that they have to create something of value that is worthy of the marketing. And if you don't do that, when you just take a look at brands as brands, and that's why I really loved Island in the Stars. I had the privilege of reading the script. I can vouch for it. That is a very fun and entertaining movie for anyone out there.
Thank you.
And this is something that is desperately needed in the indie sphere, and also as who knows how far it will go in making waves with regards to the Hollywood industry.
Yeah, we just need to get at bat. We need to be able to swing with this thing and see if we can make something original, and hopefully, if we do our job, then it's a film that we're the audience for to begin with. Mm-hmm. And this first money raise really frees up the idea that we have some investors for much larger sums of money that would be willing to come in if they see a level of interest, and we're able to do what's called a pay or play option. I've already approached a lot of A-list actors and gone around their agents in some cases, and begged, borrowed, and steal to get to them, and they've read it, and most of them have come back to me and said, make it happen. You have to talk to my agent. We have to figure out how to do this, but I love it. And so, that's a terrifying response, because I was expecting no from some people. So when I got yeses from people that I grew up watching, and they wanted to do it, I said, okay, I need to change. I need to figure out who I need to become to make it happen. And we brainstormed all the different options, and one that just made sense was, you know what, let's reach out to everybody. I've been reaching out to people through YouTube, and I used to be a staff writer at Warner Brothers, and I've dealt with all that corporate bullshit my whole life. I've gotten into arguments about shows that I've written where I cannot believe I'm arguing a point, and it's at a certain point, because so much money is involved with them, the risk taking goes out the door, as you said, Andrew. That's the ecosystem that this stuff grows up in. And until something happens like it did in the 70s, where there was this explosion of people going, you know what, screw it, we're just going to make this movie and do something, which is what everybody's ripping off now from the 70s and 80s, is from that just fervent need to, like, let's do something, like the system's broken, let's just try something else. I'm of that mindset, and for me, it's now a bucket list. I want to make this movie.
Well, I think right now we're at a point where we have the opportunity to kind of enact a new cultural renaissance when it comes to entertainment, because so many of these different mediums, whether it's movies, whether it's comic books, whatever, they have all, for the most part, dropped so dramatically in quality, and in not just overall like objective technical quality, because those are things that you can measure evenly across the board, right? But also just things like creativity and originality, and getting something that's new that can create a new fan base. We've said it on this show before. The last time you truly had a brand new IP that exploded and became a worldwide phenomenon, and still is to this day, was Harry Potter.
Yeah,
that was like in the late 90s. That was over 2 decades ago.
I know.
Where's the next that? Where's the next Star Wars? Where's the not something that's basically a copy and paste of that. I'm talking on a level of interest. Where's the level of excitement and enthusiasm? And you're not seeing that out of the major studios or the DC and Marvels and things like that. So just like what you're trying to do with your film, just like what we're trying to do with the Rippaverse, what Jeff's trying to do with his comic books, fine. Screw you. We'll do it our damn selves.
Yeah. And that's the thing. The fertile ground is indie comics right now. There are so many, what I love to get rid of the middleman. There are so many direct conduits now that you can take your comics and your stories that you want to tell and deliver it directly to the people that would appreciate it, that want to buy it. You don't have to go through that kind of gatekeeper system. And what you guys are doing and what Jeff's doing is, right or wrong, it's like live theater used to be, where it's like, look, I put it up, it's the way I want it. It may be crap, it may be genius, but at least it's the way I wanted it to be. There's no worse feeling than put something out that I didn't like anyway, that wasn't changed from what I wanted it to be. And guess what? Nobody liked it. So now I've made something that I don't even like.
Well, you're getting real-time feedback when you do that too. Like Jeff doesn't, he's not going through some other distributor, some middleman that's then putting it in a comic book shop, and therefore he got his money already anyway, like DC and Marvel do, because they go through, either Diamond or Penguin Random House or whoever, and then the shops buy it from the distributor. So DC and Marvel already got paid. They could care piss all whether or not people like the book. They already made their money. No, Jeff can only make the next Wokebusters. He can only make the next Stealing Solo if people enjoyed the first one and gave him positive feedback about that, and therefore you can take that data, that information, that marketing research, like that real-time feedback that he gets between his, from having a direct line of sight with him and his audience, and he can say, cool, they liked this, they were kind of so and so on this, so maybe I tweak that here, and there's more of a direct feedback and a more of a real-time pivoting that you can do. Yes, it's dialogue between you and your audience, and that creates for so much more honesty in creation, because guys like Jeff, guys like Eric, with your movie as well, you don't have this backing of these mega corporations and these other investors. It's like, no, you are successful or not based solely on whether you can deliver the product to your customer.
That's right.
That's it. And that means honesty is required.
Absolutely. And people vote with their pocketbook, as you know. And to me, it's make or break. When you have a dialogue with the people that you're doing this with, they're basically investing and rolling the dice on people. They're investing in you. They're investing in your vision. At the end of the day, they're like, do I think Tom and Vernon can pull this off? What kind of team do they have around them? And if you've built a good team and you're receptive, people just want to be told a story. They don't want to have to work, but by the same token, they want to be able to be heard. They don't want to be dismissed. The customer's always wrong kind of attitude, because that's just not the way this works. And it was always supposed to be that when the internet came around, there was this great dialogue between people, but really it just became this polarizing thing where you can browbeat the audience, or people that were up on high get torn down and people get canceled. It's completely not what it needs to be. What it needs to be is getting rid of the middlemen, getting rid of the second guessers, getting rid of all the people that literally, like you were just saying, have nothing to do with the creation of the product, but rather acted as gatekeepers, or people would be like, no, you can't go. They seem to know the taste better than the people. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with marketing. There's nothing wrong with people investing, but direct contact with the people creating it is an unprecedented opportunity to go, okay, I like this idea. I'm going to back it. I'm buying the ticket now when you need it, before you make the movie, and then I'm part of it. Or if you want the comic, show me a panel of the comic. If I like it, you can finish your vision, and you don't have to spend another year begging for the money to finish it.
It's exciting, though, that movies are at this level, because you have your stories of people like a Kevin Smith who, took out a credit card, sold some comic books, and made a movie at that level. But with technology the way it is, and crowdfunding and the internet, I mean, an image like this looks something straight out of, like you mentioned heavy metal earlier, this looks like something out of like oh god, what's his name? He's a Spanish or an Italian guy. He did like the Druina comics. Like I could see this in a classic 80s comic, and I'm just like, okay, now I can see what it's going to look like come to life. And that's exciting. I mean, I know we always talk about the writing here on this channel. We have, multiple writers all the time, but for me as an artist, I'm just like, this looks awesome, and this is what I want to see. And that's what I want more of. It's just something that is engaging, because I don't know if you feel this way, Tom, but I do. I feel like culturally we've had like a sameness ever since we've had like the iPhone come out. Everything kind of looks the same. Cars look roughly the same, phones look the same, clothing looks the same, because it used to be each decade had an identifier. 70s bell bottoms, 80s haircuts, 90s mom jeans, or anything. But today you can look at a picture from 2010, 2023. There are minuscule differences, and there's like a homogeneous gray that is what I call like the modern era. And something like this is just a nice bright pop of color that makes you perk up and go, ooh, okay, I want to see this.
I'm the same way.
It just excites me.
There are enough unique things in this image that catch my eye, which is important, because I'm actually, with a very few exceptions, I'm not usually a huge sci-fi guy. I love Star Wars, or I loved Star Wars. I love video game franchises like Mass Effect. But I'm usually a high fantasy kind of guy. Might, magic, swords, dragons, give me all that shit. So if a piece of sci-fi entertainment catches my interest, it's because it caught my eye visually. A lot of sci-fi stuff either looks too sterile for my taste, or they're like trying too hard to be like edgy, gritty, grimy with it. And both of those to me are boring. Industrial, like you were saying earlier. I think there's a balance that can be struck there, to where a universe can still look lived in, still have kind of its own identity, look original. It's like, oh, that ship could totally be in Star Wars. No, this ship is super cool. I don't know where the person figured out how they designed it. I've never seen something like this before. That type of a thing. And everything that has kind of been the amalgamation, visually anyway, for this project has done that for me, because it is a lot of stuff that I can draw like super small comparisons, like, because there's always going to be some level of crossover, right? Like, I can draw, the kid in me is like, ooh, I'm getting like very minor Treasure Planet vibes in some of this,
of course,
right? And that's cool, and I think that's actually good if I'm having to like try to connect it with something, but that wasn't necessarily the intent. It's not meant to look exactly like something. It's just this innate, hey, I can connect with this. I'm interested in this.
Yeah, that's really that's completely you're up my alley with that. I the visual aesthetic on this, like even design like this, I moved away from looking at industrial designers and started looking at more painterly people, or people like Chris Foss, Sid Mead, kind of started there, but then moved into other directions. And I wanted to find something that had a functionality, but almost fantastical functionality to it. And these ship designs and all of this really were culled from like months and months of research to go, this needs to feel like the same society built this stuff, but it feels lived in, but it also has a pleasant aesthetic. You know, you could make everything just a functional box, but that's not going to give you the Sistine Chapel. It's not going to give you the distinctive thing. Yeah, and that's the thing, is I tried to think about everything that was at play. How does it play into the story? How does it play into a society that would have created this stuff? There would be the luxury yacht style ship. There would also be the repurposed Navy ship. A pirate would definitely retrofit an older ship. You would have ships that were pleasing to the eye because you might be on board that thing for 20, 30 years. You're looking at that and you're living in it. And I thought, okay, let's really go deep dive into that naval aesthetic and also the fantasy sci-fi aesthetic. And so you're right. I responded to it. It needed to be striking visual, but it needed to be familiar but not common, and that's hard to find, because there is almost a style book now where it's like, oh, you're doing sci-fi, let's take a look, okay, this is from Aliens, this is that, and it's all
this
kind
is a
of
human
the same
ship,
thing.
so we're going to make it basically look like a ship version of a gun, because a lot of sci-fi does that.
Yeah, they do. Let's look at what happened with NASA 250 years from now, and then everything's NASA modular, kind of style-less, but very functional. And I thought, you know what, that's been done. I really want to make it feel like, you know, when we started building tall ships and got more ornate, we had Leviathans, we had all these things. Look at what humans were able to do. Look at Roman culture. You could have just had soldiers, not centurions. You could have just had the Greeks and not done anything ornate with their helmets, but they did, because we're human and we want to make it visually pleasing. So this film is very much about that.
I love that.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say the last image I had up on screen, I would not want to have to draw that, though, with all the perspective and the glass glare. I'm like, oh man, I'm like, I'm laying it out.
That's super impressive.
Yeah, we're gonna have to. We're building it out in 3D. Yeah, we're building that stuff out. There are some assists now where you can scan things in and start looking at how they might look in 3D. And I've been thinking about all of that because I want to physically build some of these models. They're not just going to be CG. So it's going to be a challenge. But I think at the end of the day, your brain is going to go, that seems more real. I don't know why, but it seems to have weight. It seems to have a kind of mass to it that you don't see a lot. You know, obviously we're going to have to rely on CG. Obviously we're doing something with a company called Dream Screen, which is again the virtual stages for set extensions and getting compositing interacting. But I'm going to try and be on location as much as possible. I'm going to try and make, if they touch it, you have to build it. So a lot of the props and the stuff like that are not going to be these kind of lightweight off the shelf CG contraptions. It's got to feel a lot more organic.
Practical effects are such a lost. Actually, no, lost isn't even the right word. It's a thrown out practice, because it's not like they can't do it. They just actively choose not to. They actively choose to instead make everything this big old green screen, and you can tell. You can tell the difference.
Yeah, you can tell you're not there. Yeah, exactly. And as much as I can minimize that.
Yeah, as talented as an actor is, they could put out a bang-on performance. working with what they've got to work with in terms of, green screen and, the types of props that they utilize for that. But if you give them something real to hold, real to touch, real to interact with, as good as they were with that other situation, you're going to be able to draw so much more out of them because it's just far more organic that way.
It is. I know that feeling. Like, just the nature of being there has changed the performance. I may not know what a desert's going to feel like or this particular jungle is going to feel like, but once we get out there, the act of dragging your ass out there and doing it changes you, and it hardens the performance and it focuses it because you're reacting to stuff that's really there. I want to go out into the jungle. I want to go to these different environments. Australia is perfect for this because it has all these very exotic locations, and they're all totally close. Yeah, biomes are very close to each other. And I want some of that to feather into this. I don't want it to feel sterile. I want it to feel lived in, but also the places are a character in this. It shouldn't be front and center, but you should feel it.
That is one of the biggest losses from the kind of just throwing out with both hands practical effects and on-location shooting. You don't get that mentality and that feeling of
absolutely.
This
you can no longer
is its
go
own character.
Yes. It's sad you can no longer go places where they used to film. Like, it's like, I know over here, it's like, I'm going to look at the house where they filmed Halloween and do all these different things. You can't go anywhere to film it. There's no props to collect. They're all digital. There's no place to go where they filmed it because it's an LED screen. Now, you can use that. You can build stuff out if you're in a spaceship or something. But if you're in a jungle, I want to be able to go, that's the jungle we filmed it in.
I'm glad you brought up the Halloween house. I did make a trip out to that and all those horror locations before I left.
Yeah.
I love, we're getting close to the Halloween season, so I'm always watching horror movies. But you're right, though, about the physical, the tactile nature of these things. Because, even with something like Star Wars, it's so cool to be able to, like, oh, man, that's a flashbulb from a camera or this or that. Like, even when you can pick the pieces out, it just makes it feel more worldly. Like, that's why I gravitate towards Star Wars over other science fiction or fantasy, however you want to classify it, because it's like, oh, I recognize this gun looks like a real gun, or that looks like that. Or they talk about credits as money instead of, whatever, Ductarians or whatever they use in later movies. Like, there's a weird earthliness to it that I like, but it all comes from something that's, like, really there. It feels like you're, like, ripped out of wherever you are and dropped in there.
And dropped into it,
And that's how you maintain a level of immersion, is you create this fantastical world, whether it's like might and magic, high fantasy type of stuff, dragons and stuff, or science fiction. You still have to ground some part of it, even if it's only a small part of it. You have to ground some part of it in something that your modern day, and I don't mean that in the modern audiences type of a definition. I mean just literally people that live in the present on Earth, something that they can actually connect with and relate to, and be like, okay, so now they have that baseline foundation, that baseline connection, and now there, as long as you're doing your world building right and you have a set of rules that you're adhering to, you can make up whatever rules you want outside of that, as long as you stick to them.
Internal logic.
Exactly. Your audience will be there. They'll be there for it. They'll be present. They'll be able to be invested. They'll be able to be immersed in your world that you are presenting to them as the reality for this story that you're telling, as long as you give them that little thing to connect to that they can actually connect to their daily lives.
I was talking to Script earlier today about that as well, where the sense of place and connecting to an object or a place or a time, that's so important to storytelling. You're right. It's lost when your brain knows when there's no gravity to anything, there's no feeling, there's no sense of place. You know it. I was watching The Flash, and I'm watching the scene with the babies and stuff like that. I'm like, nothing in this is real or happening or has any weight. The physics are off. And I'm watching the movie, and I'm like, well, it's not even aspiring to be a cartoon at that point, because it's telling me, oh no, this is reality. But that is one of the most expensive movies ever made, and here I am sitting here struggling as a filmmaker, making this little indie film for $20 million, $25 million tops, and I'm watching this going, you spent $350 million, and there's no sense of place or connectedness. I don't feel the city. I don't feel you're doing it, and to me that's an epic fail because it costs nothing. It costs absolutely nothing to sit down and go, how do I make this story feel real? And how do I engineer this so that I'm not just going, yeah, we'll fix it later. Just shoot elements and then somebody in Romania will put it together for us. I feel like no one saw the movie till it was out.
I'm not going to go on a Flash rant. I'm going to save everybody that. The Flash.
You can imagine.
The Flash is my favorite superhero, and so that movie.
Yeah, doesn't do it.
That hurts. That hurt my
like
soul.
You said, it doesn't. It doesn't deliver the promise that it could have. And honestly, you can see. I'm just sitting here in LA and going. I've got all these original projects. How do I get this going? Because if that's what they're making and that's what they want, then I don't want in. I don't want to be part of it.
That's how I feel about a lot of the YouTube content, where it's like I don't want to just match that. I want to do something different and have my own
carve out your own audience.
Yeah. The one thing I wanted to bring up a second ago, though, we were talking about the practical. The advent of digital filmmaking has allowed us to do so much and go so many places. But at the end of the day, I don't know if the good outweighs the bad or vice versa. I mean, you couldn't make a movie like Spider-Man without CGI to have Spider-Man swing through the city and do these things. But now you're getting like CGI puppetry of people, and they look really bad. Like one of the worst movies I've ever seen. I watched last night. It was called Moonfall. I don't know if you've seen that one.
I saw the trailer to it. Hard pass. Yeah.
Rolling Emmerich. Yep.
It was. It was absolute dog shit. But
give me the quick synopsis. I feel like I watched that a handful of
months ago. The moon is hollow. It's a mega structure.
Yep, I saw that. That was stupid as shit.
I've outlost it.
That movie was triple the budget that we're talking about to do this thing.
I appreciate their attempt, but it just
How was that? Yeah, how was that a good idea? And you're right. It's just one of these where you're like, the fundamentals on it were broken, and then you just threw money at it, and no one believed in it from the day they made it. It's crazy. It really is. And I have dear friends in the industry, like people when I moved out here I hung with, Peyton Reed, who ended up doing the Ant-Man movies and all this stuff. They're all friends that I came out here with, and they got into the system, and good for them. They're working and doing it. But at the end of the day, it's all the people that have nothing to do with the movie that are making all the decisions about what's in the movie, how it gets made, or something like Moonfall. You're like, how did this happen? Like who thought, okay, well, there's all these great books we could make, or there's these original scripts, or hey, how about Moonfall? That's what they decided to make, and the compass is broken.
Yeah.
It's Sturgeon's law, essentially, which is that only 10% of the stuff made is actually going to be any good, and 90% is garbage. And the only thing that you can do that is basically give everything a smell test, essentially. Yeah. And it doesn't work when so many people have lost their sense of smell because of the pandemic.
I was about to say, a lot of people have freaking busted olfactory senses, so they don't know how to suss any of that out. Or they just have they're walking around like this, right? Or they got a freaking clothesline clip on their nose, so they're actively choosing to not actually smell the crap that's being presented to them. They're like, yeah, that looks like on paper that might make money. Totally,
yep.
Yeah.
See, they wouldn't even go see it. It goes back to my whole point.
They're not going to see it, and neither are the people that they're marketing it to.
It's a film for no one. Yeah.
I wonder how that would work out.
Nobody
if you
asked
marketed
for
a
this.
film as a film for no one.
It's a film for no one.
You might get a few people to see it just for the absurdity of the idea. If you marketed it right, I think you can get enough of those people out there that like they're in it for the absurdity, and so they're like, cool, like this is literally not made for anyone. I wonder if I'm not anyone.
Exactly. Just don't spend 150 million on it.
No. And that's another big part of it, because you see so many of these movies these days that they'll spend X amount of dollars on this overblown CGI budget. It winds up looking crap in post anyway. The Flash and numerous other like Phase 4 and onward MCU films are riddled with issues of like inconsistent CGI, and I realize that some of that is also on like the crazy working conditions that they're put under and all that. But I'm sorry,
and third-party vendors.
Yeah, and I'm sorry though, if you spend $300 million on a movie and it doesn't look perfect,
it better be
you
airtight.
don't know how to spend money properly.
You're absolutely right. And the problem is, when I looked at that, Mike Smith is my business partner. We have Lumen Actus together, and he's a VFX guy. And the biggest mistake they make is, okay, how much money can we spend until we put this company out of business, this effects company? Because they're bidding on a job to keep them in business for the next thing. And then they're shopping it out to 3 other vendors who every time you send it out for a change, you're getting billed. So it's just this recursive, like, I don't know, how about blue? Okay, great. That's another $120,000 to render out that. We thought, how do you break that circle of woe as far as VFX? And the way to do it is to vertically integrate. Something that we started doing, and it just made sense. I cannot believe why more people don't do it, is when you're in the edit, when you're doing post and you're physically there, if your company is the one doing the compositing, you're the one sitting there modifying it in the edit, then you aren't sending it out to a third party, which then accelerates that cost. So if I was like, oh, you know what, the ship kind of doesn't work in this way, can we modify it? I'm doing it there in the edit suite with the people that are doing the VFX that were on the set, and I'm not sending it to Romania.
Well, that saves time, right? Because you're skipping a step. And that's also one less check that you've got to write.
That's right. It's less like telephone, where it goes around and when you get back, you're like, what the heck was this? It's much more immediate. And with the technology, let's face it, you can do it on a desktop. So there's absolutely no excuse why you can't render and composite and do a lot of the heavy lifting internally as a vertically integrated production company. You can save millions, tens of millions, by not shopping it out to 15 different companies that are billing you for every single change.
You can build a absolute beast of a processing desktop computer for under 10 grand.
That's right.
That is way less. Obviously, you still pay somebody with the skill and the talent and all of that.
Of course.
Who has invested into that. They're trying to make their money back and all that. But still, all of that considered, you're still going to end up spending way less money. You're absolutely right.
by far, because you're spending it in admin and spending it on other companies that are billing you for everything you want to change, and they're not talking to each other. Even with a great visual effects coordinator, you get into trouble. You look at somebody like at Marvel. If she wasn't coordinating with everything, well, then all the assets go to, we're working on the next Black Panther movie, so we're just going to have to pull all your renders, so you'll just have to go with the temps, and it's like, what are you doing? You're spending millions of dollars and you're not allocating assets to what you need to do, and you're billing it every time.
And you end up in a vicious cycle, because then the audience is going to look at that and be like, that looks bad.
It looks bad. Yeah. And you go, well, where did this money go? Well, it went to admin. It's not on the screen. It's the way things are set up, and the pipeline doesn't work. And just because it's grown and no one sat and thought about, okay, in the last 15, 20 years, it's like everything's gone to these effects. Oh, I don't know. Just send it out to everybody and see who can do it, rather than go, okay, let's settle down. Let's figure out what's our workflow. What's the pipeline? Do we really have to spend all that money to do it? And when we started looking at Island of the Stars, it was like, you know what? There's enough facility in Australia. We have enough hands that are really talented that we could bring under, right under our roof, that I'm sitting there editing it going, okay, remember that thing that we put together? Let's bring that up. Let's see how that looks. Great. Let's lock it, put that composite in, render it out, and put it in. You've just saved $1 million.
And considering a lot of these studios are actively losing money on these projects. Disney has been losing money on MCU films. This is the same studio that was crapping out billion-dollar movies like it was going out of style a handful of years ago. And they got complacent. They got lazy. And they decided to make not only the hardcore comic book fans disinterested by flipping them the bird, they also lost the attention of the normie general audiences, because that audience only cares about whether or not something's popular. They just want to be a part of the conversation, right? So if you have happy hardcore fans that are talking about it with all of their friends, with their family members and all that, word of mouth is the best form of marketing possible. And so when that catches the ear of the general audience, guess what happens? All of a sudden you have geometrically multiplied your audience in a very organic way.
Terrific point. Yeah,
and
exactly.
They don't do that now.
They don't, and there's nothing like good word of mouth and pleasing the audience, and people can smell authenticity. They can smell when you believed in what you're putting out, something that's fun and different, and you know, I feel insane having to say, but you know, a movie that's entertaining. These are all kind of commodities now that I look at it. I'm like, did anyone believe in this when the white paper came out on this? Or sometimes, you know, there's a line in Gladiator. Sometimes people need to know when they've been conquered, but also sometimes you need to know when you've milked the golden goose to death and there's nothing more to be said. Maybe use that platform to launch some things that are new that you can then reboot and copy. Where are we going to find the new things if we keep recursively doing the same thing over and over? You know, you can imagine the disappointment when you've got a bunch of original ideas and then you go into a meeting or something. They're like, well, you know, we're rebooting this thing again. We're rebooting Harry Potter. We're rebooting Pirates of the Caribbean. And I'm just sitting there going, I've seen it. It's already good. It's done. Why do you want to do this
We
again?
already had that.
Yeah, it's like we're on the track to something really mediocre here, you know, and that's I've pitched stuff and literally they're like, well, what else do you have? You know, we own the Little Rascals. Do you have anything for that? I'm like, no, I don't, which is why I'm not famous. You know, but at the end of the day, at least I can look myself in the eye and like, you know what? I'm trying to do something different, something original. And it's not like I'm just some guy, you know, angry, waving my fist. It's like, I've been a filmmaker almost 3 decades now. And I'm ready to put my money where my mouth is. I've put a couple of years into this to go, you know what? I know how to do this. I'm ready to do this. I need to stop asking for permission to do this and just go, you know what? Here's my idea. If enough people agree with me, I'll do it. If nobody agrees with me, I'll just get out of the business.
Well, I'm glad you haven't.
Yeah, me too. I like doing this. I love
this
doing
is a
this.
movie that I would go see this in theaters. I would go see this in IMAX. Shoot, I'd see it in 40X if it was available. Like with moving seats and, you know,
and moving around and spray it with some water.
And all of that. It's like, shoot, I went and saw Sonic the Hedgehog 2 in that. I'd definitely see this in that. You know, and that movie was a ton of fun anyway.
Yeah, exactly. That movie was fun, and there's some fun scenes in this that would lend themselves to 40X. Actually, I would love to see this movie too. You know, I hope people will take a look at it. You know, look at the page, look at the perks that we're offering. It's a movie about something. You know, I drew the analogy with Wrath of Khan. It's like, yes, it was Star Trek, but at the end of the day, it was how am I still useful in my situation now? Have I outgrown my usefulness? It's about male friendship, which movies are very rarely about male friendship.
No,
in a positive light. And
males
it's a
can't
movie.
be friends.
Exactly, it's stupid. And at the end of the day, we love movies like that because they're about something else. They're a great sci-fi. They're a great, you know, it takes, you know, all the intrigue of like a submarine chase battle thing. But at the end of the day, we remember how we felt when we saw 2 friends lose each other. We remember his regret where he didn't get to enjoy his son growing up. And he's like, is there a point to me still doing this? All those things are all things that we're going to feel at some point in our lives. Regrets, some kind of redemption. That movie didn't cost a lot to make. It was made on a TV budget, but it's so good because the people cared about what they were making. And at the end of the day, they made it about something.
Yeah, people want good stories.
Oh, yeah.
That's what sticks with you. Good stories and good, well-written characters that are relatable, universally relatable. Not, oh, this person looks exactly like me. Not that kind of superficial crap.
Yeah, you don't
I
need
mean,
that.
like, this person could look absolutely nothing like me, but I relate to them as a sentient being. Do you have a quick elevator pitch for this?
I do, in fact.
We hear
this
that?
Yeah,
the
of
audience
course.
hear that?
Yeah, absolutely. This is about a young woman who is running an interstellar outpost, and she is hiding from life. It is a slow drip, but she's bleeding. She's doing the right thing, as we all have. Sometimes you're doing the right thing, you're doing it for the money, but it doesn't feel right and you're not following your bliss. When all of a sudden, a dying space pirate crashes at the inn that she's taking care of with her mother. Her father has disappeared. He was a kind of a journeyman sailor out in the stars, and he isn't coming home, and she doesn't know why. Well, this space pirate has a chart box, and only she can open it. She doesn't know how or why, but eventually
with her mentors, these older gentlemen, one an ex-military doctor, an eccentric benefactor, and eventually a ship's captain, help her go on a journey to find out what is her purpose, and ultimately, where is her destiny, and where is her father, and where does it lie out there? And every planet is an island in the stars.
That was a great elevator pitch. And that just speaks that you've made elevator pitches before, because I've been in I've been in
literally in an elevator.
I mean, yeah, well, that's kind of where it's like you're on your way up. All right, I got to tell this person, like, do they think this is a good idea before I pitch it to the person that's going to potentially give me money, type of a thing. That's where that came from. And I've been in this YouTube kind of indie sphere for several years now. I've heard a lot of people that, like, on paper, their indie comic book has a really interesting concept. They don't know how to pitch it. They don't understand how to market their own story. And
yeah, that's true. And if you get me in the room, if you get me in the room, I can distill what we're doing, because you have to have a vision. You know, you're asking people to risk their money and their time on you. You're right. There's an art to pitching. You have to give genre. You have to give point of view. Whose story is it? Don't give me too much detail. Don't get lost in the weeds. But give me the essence. Yeah, exactly. Give me the essence of the story and show me that you have something to say.
You want enough that they're going to show up because they want to find out.
Exactly. And what I've tried to do with the pitch is, at the end of it, you get a feeling of like, yeah, I want to know, like, well, what happens with her? And I can identify with that feeling. Like, at some point in my life, I haven't been following my bliss. I'm doing something for the money and justifying it, or I'm going, I'm going to do the right thing. I'll stay here for a while. Well, screw that. I mean, this is the story of somebody who goes, you know what? I'm going to take a chance and go. And it's literally meta, because that's exactly what we're doing with the movie. Is we're taking a chance. It's like, you know what? I could sit here in LA and bitch about movies the rest of my life, or I can do something about it. And meeting Vernon opened so many doors to incredible talent. And Lucinda Bruce, who's my, guide through the Australian, she's in Australia. She's an amazing producer. She believes in me. She believes in the project. Mike Smith, a dear friend. He has all the technical skill to do this. We're going, let's all be friends together with a purpose. Instead of just going out and grabbing a beer, let's make a movie.
Mm-hmm. And then grab beers afterwards.
And then grab beers afterwards. Absolutely. And that's really what it's about. It's a lot of work, but it's worth it.
It truly, being independent, true autonomy in the entertainment sphere it's a really cool feeling. It's a really cool feeling. It's scary too. You're the captain of your own ship, but the captain usually goes down with his own ship too if that it doesn't quite pan out. So sink or swim, it's all on you. And it's really cool to see this starting to come up through the film industry now. Because that needs to be the next step. Comic books have been crap for several years. More and more people are starting to try and kind of stumble their way through. We think we found a pretty good equation and methodology over at the Rippaverse, but we're still learning as well, and we're going to continue to. That's one of the nice things, though, about independence. You can pivot as you see things changing. As you see what works and what doesn't. Like, okay, we don't have to wait on somebody to tell us that it's okay to move away from what the initial plan was. We'll just move away from the initial plan to this thing that looks like it might work better. That's independence, and it's incredibly important. And movies are really that next step, because movies are this majorly, in the indie sphere specifically, kind of untapped part of entertainment, because it's been so heavily dominated by your Disneys, your Warner Brothers,
your corporate,
and all of that, the mega corpos. And there needs to be this renaissance of creativity. It's a renaissance of excitement for movies. You're not even getting excitement for superhero films anymore. And those dominated the box office for a decade. That's all you ever heard about. And now nobody cares. Nobody cares about them. Nobody's going to see them. So now is
because
the
they did too many.
It is the door wide open for you guys. And now it's the onus is on truly talented and skilled independent creators, independent filmmakers like yourself and your crew to take advantage of that. They left the door wide open. Okay, fine. I'm gonna walk through the door and I'm gonna announce my presence. I'm gonna plant my flag.
It
you
feels
forgot
right.
one part about that, Andrew, though. What? How much fun it is to make these things as well.
It's a blast. I'm sure Tom can, and Jeff, I know you can as well. You can attest to this, guys, and Script, because I mean he's a writer.
Yeah.
When you're independent, you work your ass off.
Yeah.
I don't have weekends.
Yeah, you're a harder boss on yourself than someone else would be.
I have three major titles, all of which are executive titles. I work my butt off more than I ever have in my life, and I've been working since I was 12. Started as a paperboy, but I love it, and it's the most rewarding.
It's
it
a
is.
weekend.
Yeah, I agree.
Every day's a Monday for me.
Oh God, I would not want your life.
Yeah. Yeah. Everything is 1,000 questions, and you're always reachable, and everyone, wants something, and I wouldn't have it any other way, because a bad day doing this is a lot better than digging ditches. And I'm more than willing to do it. It doesn't even feel like, exactly, retail. It's like, I give props to anybody that's out there doing that, but nobody goes, that's my dream, that's what I want to do. They're doing it because they need to put food on the table and pay the bills. And eventually, if you find something that's your passion, it doesn't feel like work anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it really
exactly
does.
Exactly that. And it's those people that are doing it because it's something they love.
Yeah.
Entertainment in general is just severely lacking, and most of the people that are working at DC and Marvel in comic books, they're not there because they love comic books. They're not comic book lifers. They're not even.
No, it's just widgets.
It'd be disingenuous to call them tourists. They're there because they think that the whatever story that they decided to basically make themselves Batman or themselves Wonder Woman, they're hoping that gets picked up as a Netflix deal or something like that. That they make a quick buck off of that. They could care piss all about these characters, these universes, these stories. There's zero passion. They care about themselves. It's self-aggrandizing. It's narcissism. They only care about seeing themselves in a thing, and they don't want to tell good stories.
Yep. They're basically slowing down for the ambulance and just taking a look. Hey, look at that. I wonder if look at that meat wagon. I wonder if there's any money in that. The problem at the end of the day is, if you're making something like this and people around you are not marching in the same direction, it becomes so much harder to convey it. The job of a director is, at the end of the day, taking people that have their skills, and you create an environment where they can excel at it, but it's all directed in the right direction. It's not pushing and pulling. You know that from the comic world. It's like, you don't want the person who's mapping out the compositions to be fighting against the person who's writing the script for the comic. You want them all working in conjunction so that they're additive.
Symbiosis.
Yeah, exactly. And it's additive, and it's a collaborative medium. It's not about me. It's about me assembling the right people, giving people the right environment to do their best work, and then turning them loose. And a director gets credit for that because it's important. If no one is doing that, then everyone has their idea of what it should be. Or some people, like you said, don't care. To them, it's a widget. And at the end of the day, with something like Island in the Stars, it's like, okay, the people that are enrolling in this now at the Indiegogo level, to be honest with you, they're getting involved in it and starting that dialogue before anyone else, because they're first money in. They're the ones who are helping us make that next step of, okay, we've got an audience, we've demonstrated interest. You can't turn around and change the movie on us now because people have already bought the ticket.
Right. That goes back to what you were talking about earlier with you're promising your audience, you're promising your target demographic, this is the end product that I'm telling you are going to receive. Yeah. That's what they're expecting to be delivered.
Exactly.
They're not expecting a Batman film that's got Batman who's an insufferable, effeminate wuss. They want Batman.
They want Batman, vengeful Batman. Yeah. And you're right. That is this cardinal sin of creators, and even in film. In film, we keep hearing from everyone, oh, it's so much easier to make a movie now with all the technology and stuff. But people aren't trying because the money starts getting involved, then all these other considerations, and eventually you're either left never making it or making something that's a Frankenstein monster version of it. And the technology, I guarantee, is there. It can be done. It's just that people don't have the sort of fortitude and single-mindedness to go, you know what? Right or wrong, let's try this and let's march in this one direction. And it's true of comics. It's true of everything. A singular vision is a group of people all agreeing to something.
Yeah. we all think that this thing is a good
Yeah.
idea. We're all interested, legitimately interested and
Yeah.
passionate about this idea. We're going to do our damnedest to present our passion and our legitimate interest in this to our what we believe is our target demographic, and hopefully they'll pick up on that sincerity and buy in.
And that's the magical thing. That when people in the chat sit down and see this, you won't need to know the work and the hands that went into this, but you will enjoy it more when you see that it's all working in consort. It's all everyone working at the top of their game. It was an environment and an ecosystem that allowed people to do what they did best, but it all had a singular vision with many people making it. And I'll tell you, there's no better feeling. The first time with my feature, I sat down in the Laemmle Theater and we had just won Best Picture on it. And I was like, I can't believe this. And you sit, and it was like I had never seen the movie before. I sat in an audience, mostly doing this, like looking at people going, that line got a laugh. Oh my God. Or I never realized that room would feel like that big. And you get to enjoy it all over again. And I went, this is like golf. That's the hole in one that keeps me going for the 100 I missed.
Well, that's the movie magic that's missing these days. And I can't honestly, I can count on one hand. I don't even need all my fingers for instances that I've gone to the movie theater in the last 5-6 years where I've had that kind of an experience where like the guy and gal sitting next to me on my left and right or in front of me or behind me, they're laughing along with me. Or they're going, oh my God, or holy shit at the same exact moment. You don't have that energy because that requires good writing and good performances to get that emotional investment out of your audience. And you don't often see
you don't get it often. It's
I
magic.
imagine as a creator, like for you sitting in that theater, after winning Best Picture for that, like there's this kind of probably renewed energy and sense of enjoyment for the product because now you're understanding, you're having a new connection with your product because that product now just doesn't connect with you. It connects with all of these other people as well. And so there's kind of this collective consciousness, this collective swell of emotion and energy that happens around you. That's got to be one hell of a feeling. I know that for me, and I'm not the writer for any of the books yet at the Rippaverse, but hopefully we'll get there. But I know that when our customers and our fans talk on Twitter and on social media or email or DM me, saying that they love this, that, and the other thing about this book, or they're really excited about hopefully getting this character getting their own book somewhere down the line. Like that's super exciting. That means that we're succeeding. We're doing our job. We created something that these people are connecting with on a real level. And I know for Jeff, it's probably the same way in terms of like when he first launched Stealing Solo, people calling it, the best, Star Wars spoofs and Spaceballs type of a thing. And
great.
People, that kind of praise, that's energizing. That's galvanizing.
It feels great. Yeah. You watch everything again through everyone else's eyes. Once, nothing's ever finished. It's only abandoned. And once you let it go, you can enjoy it through their eyes. You're seeing it again for the first time through their eyes. I'm sure now that I know you, Andrew, with your aesthetic and everything, your stuff's going to be great. And you're going to enjoy it because you're your best audience for it. But then you're going to get to re-enjoy it when you talk to somebody and they're like, Andrew, man, I love this. Then you're like, yeah, I did too. And I'm re-enjoying it through you. And Jeff, you know that feeling. ScriptDoctor, you and I have written 4 features together? And every time you're thinking, how does the audience, how are they going to feel? They're going to love this thing. And when they do, there's no better feeling in the world because you get to enjoy it again.
That's sharing a passion, not sharing an ideology or sharing a political thing, left, right, center, doesn't matter. That's sharing just this universal thing that you are passionate about characters, about story. And when you get to, I can't remember the last time I was able to walk into a comic book shop and have the kind of conversations of just like dishing over whatever happened in the last month's issue or, trying to figure out and theorize where the story was going to go with this character. You don't get that with media anymore. You don't get that with entertainment.
And there's a reason. Yeah, it's disconnected.
Yeah, it's because the audiences just aren't even a lot of the people who are actually buying it aren't invested enough to bother like trying to theorize about it. They don't.
Yep.
They don't care
Yeah.
enough. They're just consuming it just in the hopes. Not to speak for everybody, but I know that for myself, the last couple of years that I was buying DC and Marvel comics, I wasn't buying it because I wanted to go into the comic book shop on Wednesday and chat about it with the shop owner and his assistant manager and the other customers in the store. I was just hoping that it was going to get better in the next week.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I remember we used to have, it was like Golden Apple and all those places that we'd go in. But I remember I discovered like Grimjack, or the first time Watchmen. I have a first edition of Watchmen that I bought when it came out. And I remember reading it for the first time, and I'm like, it's almost like you've discovered this secret gold. And you're just like, I'm the only one that experiences this. Like, I know these secrets, and that's the coolest feeling. And we used to talk about it, and we would get all energized about it. And it is a shame. There's no reason why we shouldn't. And we're more connected than ever and more isolated than ever now because of it, because it does, like I say, it costs nothing to have a good idea, but more importantly, people want to be engaged. They want the experience of being alive. And what I mean by the experience of being alive is you live vicariously through your stories. That's why we have mythology. It's why we have constant myths in all civilizations and society. There was a time when you could go see a movie, you didn't know if it was made by left, right, or center. Everyone was included. It was a big tent. And that big tent was the human experience, the experience of being alive, of a fable. Yeah. That's what I want to make.
And that's what I want to see. This thing on screen.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want to see that.
Yeah, I think we have a very good chance at doing this, and honestly, the reason I'm going around telling people about it is you can't do it in a vacuum, and you don't paint a painting and put it in the closet. You've got to put it out there and get people to know about it. We're doing this thing now. It's a limited time that we're doing this because that's the way Indiegogo works. But at the end of the day, it's for something. It's for something that the people making it actually believe in. This isn't some widget. This isn't me going, oh, I'm going to get rich making a movie. I don't care. I would do it for free. What we need the money for is to get artisans, artists, illustrators, all the people that are involved in making a movie, the crew, all of them enrolled in this movie, pay their bills so that they can focus on doing the movie. And this is step one.
100%.
And that's it.
100%.
I didn't realize my mic was muted. I thought I was talking to you guys for a while.
No
Sorry.
worries.
I'm sitting here.
By the way,
going,
Lucinda's in the chat, by the way, from Australia. If you want to say hey to her, Jeff, she is in the chat right now. She's commenting. Lucinda, if you're there, say hey.
Hello, Lucinda. I saw the name pop up earlier. I saw her interacting with the people in the chat. Shout out to the chat tonight, folks. You guys have been awesome.
You guys are
thanks
great.
For hitting the thumbs up and stuff. And I was reading
Lucinda, your
tiers.
project looks amazing.
Everything
See that?
amazing.
There you go. Yes, and she's been instrumental in helping lay everything out. She's exactly the kind of person that you really want doing this, in that she is a facilitator. She is creative. She is stubborn. She is exactly the person you want in your corner, where she's like, Tom, I believe in this. I'm going to add to it. I'm not going to detract from it. I want to make this happen. And her skill set is exactly what we needed. And particularly taking advantage of the talent down in Australia, her own talents in budgeting, in approaching, this producer's offset and navigating all of that. She is exactly what we needed to find. So the universe put her in our orbit. Oddly enough, she came to a screening of the film to see Vernon again and me, and gave us a business card. And it was just that random. She was in LA, wanted to talk about it. And when I found out she was a quality person, I was like, you know what? That's who we want to work with. So shout out to her.
Providential then at that point.
It was, and you know what? I think when you put it out there, like-minded people are attracted, birds of a feather, and so I want to attract more people like that. But I definitely want to acknowledge how much, and this is on her own volition. I'm not paying her. She is an incredible producer, and she deserves every cent that she earns helping other people really make their dreams come true.
Well, Lucinda, Tom has one hell of a pitch when it comes to this movie.
Oh yeah.
Jeff,
well, thanks, guys. I really appreciate it.
What were you saying about the perks, Jeff?
Oh, I was saying I was going through the perks. I want to be one of the people that gets the name in the credits? Because I've watched a lot of movies where I'm like, oh, I should do that. I want to do that one because I just want to watch.
Yes, that's a good way to leave your imprint. Yeah, definitely. We have a couple where you can adopt a pirate. You can name one of the pirate characters. You can get your name on screen and in IMDb. You can shape little things in that and be part of it. Because I started thinking, I'm like, well, what would I want? And I always loved the extras on DVDs and Blu-rays. I always loved like the behind the scenes and feeling enrolled in what the process was. And I was like, you know what? I would want that perk. So we tried to devise ones that as you go up, physical media. I'm a big physical media guy, so having a tangible, a tangible copy of the script, tangible Blu-ray, all the way up to posters and different things you can have. It's our way of going, thank you. You didn't have to do this, but your belief in what we're doing, we value you, and here's what we can offer at this point, and it gets you in front and center. If you want to be in the credits, that'll be forever. And I think if you look at some of the perks, figure out what makes sense for you, whatever you feel like you can do, it makes you part of the process, and you can look at different levels. You can always change, if your financial situation goes, you can always go up, but as you go up the perks, you get everything from the previous perk and that, so it's cumulative.
Mm-hmm.
I think Buffalo Jeff needs to be a producer of this movie.
Oh, God. No. I was about to say, like, wanting your name in the credits, that's a big deal. If you're willing to attach your name to something, right?
Yeah.
That says I'm proud of this thing. At least that's how it works in my mind. If I'm willing to have my name in the credits on something, I had a hand in this, that means I'm proud of the thing that was the end product.
Yeah.
Nobody's sane anyway wants their name attached to something that's a pile of crap. Right?
Yeah, exactly. No, I remember the first time when we did some crowdfunding, we had some names in there. After the first movie came out, Troubles with My Business came out, I would get pictures from complete strangers where they'd be like, I'm in a pub in Chicago. Here's my name going by on this. You can see their name on the scroll going by, and they're like, dude, you don't know me, but I'm in your movie. So I love that kind of thing. I got a whole bunch of texts and emails of people taking pictures of their name, and it felt so good because here's some person I never met who went, you know what, I threw you some bucks, and I'm in. There's my name. Like I just watched my name. So it's part of being in the movie. And I think it'll be a lot of fun. If people take a look at some of these perks, even if it's one of the lower level ones, they're still important.
Folks,
absolutely.
Here's the thing. Every week, everybody in every sphere, some people want to just complain about, use buzzwords to talk about stuff. Here at WCBS, we tell you guys how to actually make the change that you want to see. So if you don't have the ability to make a movie, but you have the ability to help a movie like this be made, you know what to do. You can follow the link, you can follow Tom, you can follow Lucinda, you can follow everybody involved with this project. I mean, that's how we get new stuff out there. Everybody wants to talk about woke this, woke that, Star Wars, this, that, and the other. Awesome topics for YouTube. But if you want the next wave of stuff to come out that's not Barbie and be successful, then you go this route. And I want to go this route. I want everyone to go this route because this is it. This is what the modern day, with the modern technology and the right people like Tom involved, you can make all-time classics. And all it requires is you guys, because you're the audience. I mean, how often do you find yourselves going on Netflix and watching crap, or Hulu, or any of these streaming services that you drop all this money on every year and don't use that much, or you watch the same shows? Go find something new. Believe me, if I could find this last night, I could have avoided Moonfall. But in all seriousness, this is something that
that should be my pitch right there. You could avoid Moonfall if you just I'd probably make a couple $1 million.
I mean, at this point, you could compare it to Disney Star Wars, really. But
I could. I'd be like, how Disney's doing these shows where the main character isn't the main character. Yeah, you can avoid those by just doing this. Yeah. Exactly.
Jeff, you said it perfectly. Now is the time for real creatives to actually stand up and say, it's not enough to just bitch about the problems.
Yeah.
If you have a creative bone in your body, or you have some other skill, maybe you have a skill in marketing, maybe you have a skill in getting money out of people, like a really skilled and talented producer.
Yeah.
Whatever that skill is, it is in some way your responsibility to be a part of the solution. If you're passionate about it, if you're going to profess to be passionate about the problems, then you should be equally, if not more so, passionate about being a part of the solution if you have the capacity to do so.
Really well said. Really well said. A culture, a society, a civilization is defined by its arts. So how are they going to look back on us now where it's completely recursive, it's reboots, it really is uninspired? We have a responsibility to, it's what makes us human. I mean, I don't want to sound highfalutin, but at the end of the day, it's a luxury item that is so important. Our stories, our movies, our video games, our music, everything, our comic books are all a reflection of where we are as a society. It's what we leave behind. It's literally the only thing we have that's a time machine.
There are modern myths.
Yeah,
there are modern myths.
They are modern myths, and
DC
superheroes
and
were our
and all
gods.
that stuff. Exactly. Those are basically our modern day Greek, Roman, and Egyptian pantheons.
Absolutely, it fulfills a role.
And the stories with those, at one point, well-written characters allowed us to cross every boundary culturally imaginable. It doesn't matter that I look the way that I do. I grew up with Jon Stewart as my Green Lantern, watching Justice League and Justice League Unlimited. That's a black dude from the military. I've got piss all to do with either of those things, but I can relate to him as a character. I hide it super well. It's the lighting. I promise.
So do I.
No one cares. No one cares about that. Like, that's such a superficial thing. It's like, oh, I really would have enjoyed Blade, but he's black. It's like, says no one with
Blade
a brain.
Was amazing.
Nobody says that. I don't know where this came from. I don't know where it's. Oh well, it was a woman in Terminator. Otherwise, I would have really liked it. It's like no rational person says it. What we're saying is we want to feel something. We want to believe in the characters. We want to see aspirational people, and they don't have to be our age. When I was growing up, I didn't go, oh man, I really like Clint Eastwood. If only he was 14. It's like no one says that. Or how old was Beethoven when he wrote this? Oh, was he a zygote? Was he a fetus? Oh, well, he's too old.
In my opinion, it's an excuse for laziness. An excuse
absolutely.
for putting out a bad product. Because you're not a good enough writer to where you can create a relatable character that is universally relatable. It doesn't matter if
make us care.
One person or another looks like it.
Right.
They can find one thing or another, one facet of that character to latch onto.
Right.
And that's what matters. That's what makes good characters.
I agree.
Lasting
and that's
characters.
Yes, and the identity of the character and all those things are the least important thing. It's the content of the character, the story that you're telling. Make me care. One of the things that I really is important to me is in the Australian culture that this is going forward. It's like everyone made it. We may have a romantic lead that is an indigenous actor, and under our Luke Skywalker may be an indigenous actor. They made it. It's not like, oh, look at me, I've got this indigenous actor, look how great I am, how virtuous I am. No, it's that, cool, I haven't seen that, and obviously they would make it, so why do we care about this dude? Like, what he looks like is the least important thing about it. What is it? How does he serve the story?
Attitude always.
Always.
Should be, how is this character relatable? Not, is this character relatable to one specific group of people? Who cares what they look like?
I agree.
I don't care if it's a black female midget that's also a quadriplegic. Is their character arc something that I can connect with? If the answer is yes, I don't care about any of that other stuff.
Exactly. Go. And we're all Ripley. It's like we all felt the same terror in those original two films. I didn't go, oh, you know what? She's a woman. I can't be scared. It's
Ripley
like
was
no
the
one
original
ever.
female badass.
Yeah, exactly. We're all Ripley because she was a multifaceted character. We felt her. She had flaws. She had instincts. It was just good writing. It was a good story. It grabbed me and took me in. That's what I want to make. Those are the kind of movies that you say it and it sounds so obvious, but it's like a pop song. You go, well, yeah, it's easy. But why aren't we doing it? Well, because there's a skill set to it, there's an art to it, and if the market isn't looking for it, I can knock on the door all day. Nobody will take my script. That's not what they're looking for. Sometimes they're not ready for what you have to offer. We're ready to offer this now, and we're just bypassing them.
And that's the correct attitude to have at this point, because they're not interested in doing stories correctly themselves.
Yeah.
They're not interested in allowing you guys in the industry that have a legitimate creative bone in their body, not just like, oh,
Yep.
I think I could write another story within this person's sandbox. No, something new,
Yep.
something fresh.
Yeah.
They're not
Yeah.
interested in that. So that's where actual creatives say, fine, I'll do it my damn self. And you
Exactly.
sidestep
I'll do it
them, you
myself.
sidestep their rules, you sidestep their archaic ways of obtaining financing. Crowdfunding is one of the most incredible things that has come out in the last decade or so,
Agreed.
because it allows for that independence. And it, by way of that, also produces a level of transparency and honesty with your target audience that didn't exist before. Because instead of, it all going through this board of directors and this, that, and the other
Yeah.
thing, and
Yeah.
BlackRock
Marketing
and whoever
people,
else,
yeah.
whoever else in Hollywood, you sidestepped every single one of them, and you have to look your audience in the eye after telling them that you were going to deliver this specific product and be
That's
able
right.
to say, I gave you exactly what you were hoping for.
Exactly.
Or having to admit, I let you down. And you have to look
Exactly.
them directly
Own
in
it.
the eye and
Yeah.
say that and own it.
Own it. Yeah. And that's the thing. You're absolutely right. I was looking at some of the comments, and Trace XL said something that really resonated. The industry isn't looking for it, but moviegoers with money are. And that is a great distillation of your point, Andrew, and your point, Jeff, is that at the end of the day, we can't forget who we're making these stories for. It's our civilization, but it's a record for the audience to enjoy it. It's a marker for where we are, who we are as a people, and movies are just part of that language. They're still important. It's just it can't be treated like it's a widget or just a thing that we're just putting out. I hate the word content. It drives me bananas.
No, because content
not,
sounds like it's
yeah.
something for its own sake rather than
Yeah.
for the purpose of creating something.
Well, content is
exactly.
disposable.
Yeah.
Content is disposable, and everything becomes a thumbnail, and you can throw it out. But people don't want that.
Boy,
You
ain't
want a
that the
memorable
truth.
experience. Yeah, that's why that's why I have a problem even with binging on shows. Is I feel like sometimes if you can sit with something a couple of days, talk to your friends about it, really think about it. Delayed gratification is not necessarily a bad thing, because just going, I want to know exactly how it ends. I want everything that goes, well, yeah, that arc, and you've just blown through 10 episodes to get to the end. That's a different experience than sitting with it and waiting and imagining what might happen next, or watching an arc. Inviting that story into your home every week is going to be way more impactful than one night of binging it and then going, okay, that content's done.
That anticipation of buildup, I think, is what is seriously lost. That created lifetime fans for so many things. People that grew up watching, whether it was Buffy the Vampire Slayer every week, or the animated series for Batman, and Superman, Justice League, X-Men, Spider-Man, all of those. Absolutely. I mean, that was my religion as a kid.
I just got the Blu-ray set of the Batman series. It's so stylized.
I am so jealous. Or Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, whatever it was.
Yes.
You had to sit on whatever that episode was that you just finished watching for a whole week until you got to the next one. So you had to that was a whole week, though.
I know.
Beauty of that
God forbid, think about it. Yeah.
Right? That's the way we look at it now. But back then, the retroactively, the way that I see that is, that was a whole week that I got to talk about that episode with my friends and try and figure out what might happen in the next episode.
Absolutely.
And what might happen even further down the line in that particular story arc after that. And that applies to comic books and all of that as well. But that's completely lost now, exactly for the reasons you stated, because now it's just instant gratification as opposed to delayed gratification.
Correct.
A lot of these streaming platforms, they'll drop, sometimes whole seasons for things right away. And so people will binge it in a day or two, and then
they don't even talk about it. It's gone.
You can only spread that out for so far.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think part of the process of enjoying it is that. It's like, come on, God forbid you talk to people about the idea, or you're a different person when you visit it again. And when the next episode comes on, stuff's happened to you during the week. You're looking at the arc. You're forced to remember things, remember characters. It's all these disciplines that it's not a bad thing. You don't necessarily have to blaze through something and make everything disposable. There was a time when people sat down and even listened to an album together and talked about it and listened to music, and there was a reason why tracks were programmed the way they are. Look what we did to music. What happened to music's happening.
We used to tell stories, or artists used to tell stories and how the tracks were structured.
Exactly.
On an album.
Exactly.
Like they were taking you on kind of an emotional journey, whatever that looked like. It was deliberate.
Yep, there's nothing wrong with that too.
It was like beats to a story.
Yeah, in our arrogance to just create the 3-minute MP3 that we scramble and play on Spotify, it's convenient, but at the same token, it is a more disciplined enjoyment, a deeper, richer enjoyment to go, okay, I'm going to get something from this. I'm going to sit with it. I'm going to be a different person the next time I listen to it. And more importantly, maybe there's more to this than just the 3-minute, okay, endorphin hit from that and then I move on. I think that one of the things we're going to do is create a new culture of people that enjoy, discuss, and like you said, delayed gratification. You're not going to be fed everything right away.
That's how you create lifetime fans. People that have to kind of sit on it, mull it over, let it stew for a week or a month, or
it lives inside you that way.
Exactly, and that's what kept Star Wars alive for decades. There's no reason that can't be done with other properties. There's no
competition is, I am with you guys 100% about wanting this. It just every day it seems to get harder and harder for that as attention spans and everything shrinks down to TikTok 5-second gratification. Boom, you can barely get through anything. So,
yeah, I think you're right, Jeff. And yes, there is a place for it. There's it's great to have a thought bubble. I'm going to throw that out, but be careful.
Puppy video in my case.
Yeah, if that's all we're doing, then we are lesser for it. And it's not go back to the old days. It's no, let's write something new for what we do, new that we approach with it. There's got to be more than just the 3-minute, or 30-second drop on something. There's got to be a balance. It's funny, as videos get shorter than ever, movies have gotten longer than ever in the theaters, but there's no middle ground.
And fewer people are going to see them because they don't have attention span anymore because the vicious cycle, they're so used to, 1-minute TikTok videos.
Exactly.
What are you talking about, a 2.5-hour movie? I can't
it's I can't think for 2 hours. That's crazy.
I can't go 3 hours without using the restroom.
Exactly. And you're right. We have conditioned and it made people accustomed to it, and we've patted ourselves on the back because technology's made it possible. But I think once things start smoothing out and we get wiser as a society, I think we're going to realize that there are all kinds of things in the spectrum, that it's okay to delay the gratification, that it's okay to make things about story and characters about their character rather than what they look like, or how long the piece is dictating, this belongs on this platform because this is this long and this is the way people think. It's maybe not. Some comics, some books need to be short, some need to be long. It depends. Does the story warrant it?
Exactly. And I think there's a lot to be said for the technology that we have at our disposal these days when it comes to the entertainment industry. I think, unfortunately, there's now a reliance on it in the wrong capacity.
Yes.
It's being misused because just as I'm a former varsity track and cross country runner, so in the same way that I can't attempt to get faster or get greater endurance unless I push myself harder, unless I actually shoot for longer distances, unless I actually shoot for faster times. If I'm being complacent, or if I'm just maybe competing against people that are significantly lesser than me to where I don't have to try as hard, my muscles, both physically and mentally, aren't going to develop as well. And so I think a lot of people mentally and culturally have been conditioned now, they're kind of mental and cultural muscles, if you will, have been conditioned to only be able to consume this kind of mindless, minute and a half TikTok kind of content
Yeah.
or like very surface level writing. Your CW or as I like to call them, the Can't Write Network.
Right.
Mentality and
superficial.
type of content where
Yeah.
there's not much to it. It's very rare that you get real depth to character, real depth to storytelling, actual arcs that feel like they actually conclude.
Yeah.
People
You're
don't
right,
have the
and people
capacity
are not
for that anymore.
People are not stupid. People will rise to it. If you assume intelligence, people will rise to the occasion, and the right people will be there for you. You're absolutely right. To acculturate ourselves to the idea that everything is fast food, everything is pop art, and American art is wonderful. It is pop art, but it also can have depth. If
We
you
used to
look
be a
at the
mass exporter in
Exactly.
entertainment.
Exactly,
Now
and there
now
was
we're
a-
importing everything from Japan and other countries.
I know, and it used to be a big tent. You could live comfortably where you'd have a kind of silly, superficial musical on the same time. You'd have Dr. Strangelove, and all of it coming out of the same system. And now I feel like we have limited ourselves. People are not stupid. They want a richer experience of, like we said, being alive. And stories do that. The reason I fell in love with movies is it made me feel like I was somewhere else. When you walk out of that movie, you feel like you're in the movie, or you are the character, or at least you vicariously learned something about life. And we don't feel that magic anymore because by our own, volition, by our own permission, we've allowed it to become commoditized. You cannot quantify creativity.
Does anybody remember the scene? It was in the third act of WALL-E. Back when Disney was still putting out good movies. How
Or Pixar was, yeah.
Pre-Disney.
Yeah.
You had like the just incredibly, unbelievably obese and overweight people because everything had just become so easy, so readily
Yes.
available at their fingertips. I think mentally and culturally, that's
Yeah.
where we've reached.
They allowed themselves to be crippled.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, very, very true. And again, it all dovetails back to all these big ideas. What are we going to do about it? And it does start with doing the indie comics like you're doing, like Jeff is doing, scripts that we're doing, like ScriptDoctor is writing his own original ideas. I'm sitting here trying to make this movie. It's the next logical step. We have the skill set. We've assembled incredible people. If someone goes, well, I don't think you can pull this off. Well, take a look at the team. You're investing in the people and the concept at this point. I can't show you the movie. It's not done yet. But if you believe in it and you want to try to do something, you can get a perk. You can get enrolled in it. And really, the reason I'm out here just kind of hanging it out there is, I make films. I'm a director. This is all new to me to be able to reach out to an audience directly, but I love it.
It's so cool. I gotta believe it feels pretty awesome to be able to connect with an audience directly compared to there being so many different layers and barriers in between you and the people who are actually interested in seeing your completed project. And
Absolutely.
I think that the industry, and honestly just every entertainment industry, whether it be film, comic books, video games, what have you, I think it needs a lot more people that are passionate about a project, like yourself, like Script. Because Jeff and I have had Script on here 1.5 million times.
Yeah.
It only took one instance for me to get the vibe out of you. Fantastic at what you do, and definitely great at pitching a project because I legitimately want to see this movie.
That's great.
We need more guys like you and like Script and like Jeff in the comic book industry. That are passionate about what they're trying to produce and want to see it succeed and want to see people get legitimate enthusiasm around a project because it's completely lost. You don't see the enthusiasm anymore in entertainment. You just see it's a quick binge and then done, and then nobody talks about it anymore. It's like 2 weeks after it came out, everybody already watched the whole season. They might talk for talk about it for a week and then they're done. So what's the next thing? It's just a quick consume. And then move on to the next thing. Nothing's lasting. And
and
Script always talks.
horror.
Yeah, Script has a zillion great ideas when it comes to existing properties. I gotta believe he has at least as many good ideas for original ideas, original properties as well, because he's such a great writer. So more people like you guys need to stand up in this industry.
Yeah, I've had the privilege of writing 2 original scripts with him that once the strike is over, we're taking out, thrillers and westerns and all kinds of things that, here's the thing. Everybody out there in the chat, everyone that sees this video now or later, you're always saying, how come they don't do better stuff, or I don't like what's being made. Here are 2 people, Script and I, sitting here talking with Andrew and with Jeff. We're knocking on the door. We're asking you now, please take a look at this. Please support it, because we're trying to do something different. And at the end of the day, we won't be able to make it if we don't get support from our people, our audience, and that's you, the people that feel as we do. We have gotten the skills. You're investing in us at the end of the day. We can execute on this, but there's only so far we can take it. And now is the time. If you want to try something, let's try it together.
And there's something I want to really, really impress on here with this, and I feel like I can speak to this, and obviously I think actually everybody here can speak to this. But in this space for several years running now, we have hammered hard in the paint, bitching about the problems. Star Wars is crap, DC's crap, Marvel's crap, Doctor Who's crap. All of this stuff is crap now. It is incredibly important that when a legitimate quality alternative presents itself, that we put our money where our mouth is. It's not enough. I said this earlier. It's not enough to just bitch about the problem. Those who are of a creative mind, those who have the capacity and the ability to create that legitimate alternative, because an alternative for alternative's sake doesn't do any good, right? You can say, oh, this isn't this stuff. Okay, but is it actually good? It still has to actually be good.
Yeah.
There are plenty of things that aren't, maybe, not one political aisle's propaganda or another, but that doesn't automatically make them of quality. It still has to be of quality. And the other side of that is that we as the audience, I think, have a responsibility. If we truly profess to care about entertainment and about wanting to see entertainment restored, wanting to see it turned around, wanting to see the pendulum swing back to a place of sanity, of quality content being put out, at least far more often than it is right now. We need to put our money where our mouth is and shift our dollar from giving it to people that are putting out content that just isn't good, or people that actively just hate us. We need to shift that dollar to people where neither of those things apply. People that just want to put out a good product, something that's entertaining, and something that they're showing is of quality and they're truly passionate about. That's why you see successes like Stealing Solo, successes like Wokebusters, successes like the Rippaverse. That's why we need to see films like this see success, because these are products that look, at least on their face, as something of quality and as something of passion and something that's an alternative to the dribble and the tripe that we've gotten from the mainstream for the last several years. So if you guys care about entertainment, and obviously you're here watching a live stream on an entertainment focused channel, so I would presume safely that you do, take a look at the Indiegogo and give it serious consideration.
Yeah, we've been dropping the link. I'll drop it again. It just, it's fun that we can talk about creative stuff on here each and every week. I feel like we're a weird form of a movie trailer. Like, it's like, hey guys, this is what's coming in the future in terms of all your different entertainment. Maybe one day we'll have a game developer, a game designer on. But I mean, I'm in, man. Like,
that's
we've had
great.
you on before. I've talked to you about your stuff in the past. This isn't our first interaction, and I've always liked what you've brought to the table. And
thank you.
I love how I went to share the link, and I shared it in the private chat. Like, you need to know the link to your Indiegogo. There we are. That'll share across our Facebook, our YouTube, our Twitter, everything. Yes, folks, independent projects don't have a connotation of, independent means bad. Independent means it's just not funded by Disney or Paramount or any of these places that have all of the other things that go into it. You just get pure entertainment this way, and that's the best kind there is.
Yeah, well, Andrew said it really well. I was thinking, like, how do I articulate it? How do I honestly show that? Yeah, I'm one of those guys. I'm out here. I'm trying to do something good. I have what I call the pretext of quality. Let's assume I kind of know what I'm doing, but I don't want to be the guy saying, "Trust me, I'm good. It's good." What I really want to do is just build up a sort of comfort level in everybody that's doing this. And what I mean by that is, you go, okay, I think he's building the right team around him. They're really good people. It's a decent idea. He's reaching out to the audience. At the end of the day, the way that Andrew just said it is exactly how I felt. I'm out here. It's time. I've got to make an attempt to reach out to everybody through whatever media I can. I don't have deep pockets to like pay for PR and do all this stuff. So all I'm doing is reaching out to places that I would have listened to. I would have been myself. I'd be that guy sitting there going, why is this stuff not good? I just happen to be blessed that I do this. This is what I've been doing since the early 90s. And now is my chance to try and use the technology, use all the wonderful people that I've met over the years, and find this place, this basket that I can put them in, that's Island in the Stars, and do a movie that I just want to see. So please, take a look at it. If you feel like what Andrew said or what Script said or what Jeff said resonates with you as well, take a look at it. Anything that you can do to help us move the ball forward is deeply appreciated.
So, Thomas, I know you only had an hour. You've been here for 2
I know, but I got into it. I haven't even eaten dinner yet. Yeah. So, I get
wow,
all...
the time flew. It's already been 2 hours?
Yeah.
Holy moly.
I know.
Guys, that's how this movie is going to feel, right?
Yeah.
You're going to sit in theaters, you're going to watch this, and you're going to be like, what? It's over?
Yeah.
I want
exactly.
more.
It's that feeling of when you're halfway through a movie and you're like, oh my God, like I haven't found out this yet. This hasn't happened yet. This hasn't happened yet. It exactly feels like that. Like these hours just flew by. And like I say, it doesn't feel like work when you believe what you're doing. And this ended up being such a great experience coming on here. Jeff, thank you for reaching out. Andrew, what a pleasure meeting you. And I really look forward to reading your stuff. Absolutely. And Script, you've been so supportive. I've had, the honor of becoming your friend and writing with you. And I know great things are going to come from the stuff that you do. And I just want to thank everybody in the chat for being kind. I get trolled all the time about this. I'm hanging it out there. I know I'm not perfect. I know it seems like a crazy idea sometimes, but at the end of the day, we can pull this off. We can do this. We've got a good idea. We have the skill set to do it. Now's the time. As Andrew said, if you want to complain about it, you want to do something about it. So thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it, guys.
Thank you so much for being here, Tom.
Thank you. It was a pleasure. Take care, all.
Can we play that trailer one more time?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. One more time.
There's the play button.
My name is Vernon George Wells. I'm an actor and a producer. And what we're talking about is a wonderful film I'll be doing called Island in the Stars.
Island in the Stars is the story of a young woman named Jackie Driscoll, who on a faraway planet encounters a roguish space pirate who has with him a mysterious box that may lead to her missing father, as her destiny lies hidden on an island in the stars.
So my name is Emily Coop. I am an actor, singer-songwriter, and I'm playing Jackie. Island in the Stars is pretty much Pirates of the Caribbean meets Star Wars. I mean, it's going to be amazing.
It's the kind of movie that 14-year-old Tom would have been like, I want to see this! I have to see this movie! Because I think you should be making films, you should be making art that you yourself want to see.
So when we started putting this together, I just started going through my Rolodex of 40 years odd of people, not just people in front of the camera, but people behind the camera, people that I know, calling in favors and talking to people, because I think that this film deserves to have the best.
Obviously working with Dream Screens Australia is huge. They're an amazing, talented group of people, and the technology they're bringing into film is just fantastic.
It's going to be wonderful, and seriously, I'll be ringing a lot of you up to see this and pestering the heck out of you to get this film made, because I think it's wonderful.
Island in the Stars is truly an epic science fiction adventure film.
Island in the Stars allows for all of these elements to come together in this confluence of a movie that I want to see, that is a action adventure fantasy science fiction movie.
It will be fun, you will love it, and we will do everything we can to make it the best that there is. So please. This film will remind you of what you've missed out on and show you that it's still there, and you'll be able to talk to your kids and say, that's what it used to be like. Island in the Stars. I can't wait for you to see it.
That, like I said, I'm there for it, folks. That's something that I want to watch. I want to get my name in the credits.
That's not only what it used to be like. That, ladies and gentlemen of the chat, is what it can be like again.
I was trying to type that to Caffeinated. I might have to steal that. That was pretty good.
You can have it for free.
That is really, really good. I love that you wrote that. Beautiful. Thank you. Yeah, there's some other videos that you can see on the Indiegogo. I just dropped another deeper dive with Vernon. You'll hear some familiar stories to some of the stuff we talked about, but also some new footage. We had done a little test shoot, and I have some stills from it. And there's one coming up soon with Lucinda, one with Mike. There's one out with Emily that we saw. So you can kind of get more glimpses. We're going to keep refreshing with new stuff to try and include everybody. So thank you for having us on. That was just a blast.
Oh, it's so great to see this project. I am legitimately amped for this.
Thanks, man.
It
I
looks
appreciate
like
it.
a really fresh amalgamation of genres in a fantastical setting, and that's exactly what entertainment needs right now. It needs something fantastical, something fresh, something grabbing, that has just enough to where, like I was talking about earlier, it's like I feel like there's maybe even only 1% of this other thing that I love in this, but that's enough to hook me. And now I'm gonna sit my butt down, and I'm here for the ride.
Well, I'll say this: if you think you're smiling now just from that trailer, having read the script, wait till you see it actually as a film. Your face will hurt a little bit afterwards with the amount of stuff that it will make you smile.
It's face-hurting fun.
Only in the best of ways.
Yeah. No, I mean,
Thank you, Script.
there's a lot of charm to it. It's got romantic appeal across all spectrums, not just in the visuals, but also in some of the character relationships as well.
Yep.
And it hits onto a lot of universal truths about finding your direction in life and forging your own destiny, which is a great theme to have.
That kind of storytelling is a lost art. Universal.
I'm telling you.
Universal
it's funny
truths.
too.
Anybody can latch onto it.
It grows on you too, because I was talking about being different when you revisit something. The last thing that I wrote in it, my son just left to go to college, and I was not able to write. Oh, thank you. Yeah, he just started it, and I wasn't ready to write something. Like, I left my parents right after I graduated and drove across country in 4 days and came here, never went back. And I never realized how I left them, because I was an only child. I never realized how I left them feeling that, until they flew out here. I saw them, once a year. When I did the struggle to come out here, I basically burned the boats, and didn't go back. Well, my son just left. And there was a scene in this that I realized that was missing, but it was so like real for me that I think I could only have written it in that moment. And I sat and I wrote down this, it's a very small scene, but it's very much resonant of that feeling of you let somebody go and you feel like, well, the loving thing to do is to let them go, but I want to keep them here to show them how much I love them. I don't want them to go, but there's that push and pull. And the conversation between the main character and her mother didn't happen for me until I lived it. And once I lived it, I went, that's complex, where you want to just say, look, man, I believe in you, go, do your thing. But by the same token, I don't know if you're going to be all right. And I can't be there to show you that I love you. The loving thing to do is to let you go. And it's a growth thing. And I didn't realize how much I would get hit by exactly what I did to my own parents. We're all going to end up in that place at some point in our lives where it goes full circle. And that was the only time I could have written it. Was when after he left, all of a sudden those voices came in. I'm like, man, this is just like taking dictation at this point, because I knew exactly how I felt to leave, and I had to let him go.
That's proper use of lived experience. That's a writer knowing that, hey, there's this scene in this thing. I'm not necessarily inserting one for one myself into this story, into this character, but I have an experience in my own life that I can leverage to make other people who have maybe felt this same experience, I can leverage that to make this scene a lot more powerful.
Yes, exactly. And leveraging is a great term for it, because it was leveraging an emotion and a thing I happen to be going through where it's like, oh, this is a sci-fi epic, and yet here I am drawing on the sort of deep feelings and pain sometimes you feel where you're like, look, I want you to go be a man. Go do your thing. I don't want you around here. I told him one time, I'm like, oh, you're disappointed if you don't leave. I didn't mean that. but I wanted him to go. That's just called you have a
teenager.
Exactly. And I wanted him to go. Yeah, exactly. And I respected him as a man enough to let him go and not give him a guilt trip. But at the same token, he went from, I'll call you every day, Dad, to I didn't want him to call you every day because it meant he was all right.
Yeah. Wanted him to
so that's the feeling that's in this movie underneath the guise of a sci-fi, steampunk adventure. It's still about people, and it's about moments in your life. I couldn't have written it at another time. So this movie came up exactly the right time, and it's filled with little moments like that where you sit and you go, man, I've lived that, and it's not easy. It's complex, and you don't get preachy with it, but you just live it. You live it with the character. You go, I see myself in that. And that for me is what the power is of a movie, of a story. Is I saw this sci-fi movie, and yet it touched on something where, I've had to let go of somebody, or the loving thing to do was not be selfish.
Mm-hmm.
That's
the
hard
balance
to let go.
Of not, instead of telling your audience this is exactly how you should have done this, or this is how you should feel here. That's telling a story in a way that lets them know, well, this is maybe how I felt. Maybe you felt the same way, and you can connect
exactly.
with it here.
And
There's
yeah,
a big
and I'm
difference between the two.
I love the way you said that, and it's not telling people even how to feel. It's telling people, think about that, relive it, maybe live it again, reflect
maybe you
on
connect
it.
To it.
But yeah, the best science fiction doesn't tell you what to think; it just gives you something to think about. And that's what this is about.
I like that. That might be my favorite line of the night. Doesn't tell you what to think. It gives you something to think about.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a pleasure, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Have a great night.
I'm blazing that up there. Thank you so much.
It was great to meet you.
Thanks, guys. Andrew, Jeff, a pleasure. Script, always a pleasure to share it with you. And I'll see you guys. Check it out, and hopefully I'll come back and say hi.
I'd love that.
Anytime.
Be blessed, sir.
Okay, man. Take care.
Good night, Tom.
Good night. Later.
That was a lot of fun, guys.
That was a blast. That movie looks damn cool. And like I said, I'm more of a fantasy. I'm more of a fantasy guy than a sci-fi guy. But damn it, that looked really freaking cool.
It is really cool. I'm telling you guys, everyone out in the chat has been clamoring for something like this. They just didn't know it yet. And we are very fortunate that Tom Conkle had that already kind of in his head and ready to go. And now he has this opportunity to share it with you all. And with your support, you guys can help make that happen. And you know, a little bit to a degree, stick it to the studios that won't take such a risk.
Yeah, that's what I want to come from all of this, is to get the message out there that, hey, people don't want the same stuff. I know I made the point about the homogeneous design and the homogeneous look of the last, 15 years, but that goes to the movies too. I feel like everything is the same type of generic ass. Like, there are no comedies anymore. They're not that funny. They're just, I guess, mildly entertaining.
I think it's shock value humor. And see like how absurd they can make something to get maybe a rise out of people, rather than being clever in their humor and something that actually gets people to maybe think or just legitimately laugh. Not like, whoa, they said that. No, actually laugh. Like laugh from like deep within you. When was the last time you saw a movie that made you do that?
Moonfall. Tropic Thunder.
Moonfall. No, I'm not trying to hear that, Jeff.
I mean, just in this past year, we've had 2 comedies come out: Joyride and No Hard Feelings, and they're all following the American Pie level of raunch, which is that it's just for a shock. There's nothing actually, anything there that you'd actually want to quote or see again. I mean, a woman having a massive devil tattoo around her vagina is not really all that impressive or clever, nor is seeing Jennifer Lawrence's not very attractive naked body beating up another person on the beach at night very interesting either. They're just there to be like, oh, did you see the lead actress went total nude? It's like, that's, women's bodies are works of art more than they are comedy. Yeah. And trying to push that into a comedy doesn't always work. It's actually a very difficult
value entertainment to me is lowbrow, effortless entertainment. Like, find the most absurd thing that you can and then put that on screen. You're gonna get a reaction out of people, obviously, because it's just that absurd. But to me, that doesn't hold much weight. It doesn't have much value to it, because you just wanted to get people to react. You didn't want a specific type of reaction, and you didn't actually know probably how to get that specific reaction. Like within comedy, I prefer comedians who don't, like, even if they do sometimes go into either the raunchy or the dark or the what have you, like the bulk of their humor is something that's clever, something that makes you think, something that makes you connect. And
something imaginative or inventive.
Exactly. For something that gets a real laugh out of you rather than, oh my God, he said that. Like, yeah, like that to me is, that's not as entertaining.
One of Jeff, one of your favorite movies is Beverly Hills Cop. Eddie Murphy's The Super Cop Story.
I've never heard this before.
the Super Cop story he does to Ronnie Cox is brilliant. He's like, it was working. You ruined a perfectly good lie. Great stuff. Conversely, you have, say, Hear No Evil, See No Evil, where Gene Wilder, he's trying to get the bag in the hotel room of the woman, and he sees her naked, and he like pretends that he's holding up, has a gun in his pocket, and then when he's leaving out, he takes his hand out of the pocket, but there's still something there, pointing at her, and you understand without even saying anything, you know exactly what it is because she's basically naked, and you don't get clever jokes that play into that anymore. It's really just superficial shock value, and that's one of the things why I kind of really appreciated like a movie like Tropic Thunder, because it was playing into tropes and stereotypes, mocking actors, mocking Hollywood, but at the same time you have these characters going on an arc. One who just gets so lost in being the role with method acting that he doesn't have an identity, and he's trying to figure out who that is. And then you have the other guy who's like, I've been this one-note action star my entire life. The moment I get a dramatic role, I screw it up, and now I have to learn how to act again in order to save my career.
Well, that's layered writing.
These are all, yes, in-depth stuff. And Ben Stiller had been writing that movie for almost 20 years just to get it just right for that moment. And it paid off. I mean, it paid off in spades. And here we are now, another decade out, and we don't have another comedy that really riles people up, that wants them to go in there and laugh and do anything. And one of the reasons that being is in this last decade, Hollywood and the distribution of Hollywood has become far more international, and comedies are a domestic market.
Comedies are a cultural thing.
Language. Yeah.
Comedies, like what one culture finds funny, another more than likely will not. That's why it's so tricky when it comes to localization of things, whether it's live action movies or video games or anime or what have you. Localization is such a tricky balance to strike because you have to make something, if you're doing your job properly, I should say. I should preface it with that. You have to attempt to still tell the same story as best as you can while also taking into account that certain things don't necessarily cross cultural boundaries. That, like, for example, I like a lot of JRPGs, but there are jokes or just even just lines in general that aren't going to land with a different audience, whether it's an American audience, European audience, or what have you, that would with the original Japanese audience, because the humor, the joke itself is something that's cultural. It's something that's embedded specifically in Japanese culture. Americans aren't going to get it unless they're like super ingrained and well studied and well learned on Japanese culture, and therefore they'll understand the context of why the thing that was said is funny. And so localizers have this responsibility to try and balance that in a way that I'm trying to get this line across in the way that the original writer intended, but at the same time I need to do it in a way where the receiving audience actually gets it, and that's not easy to do.
No, very, very difficult.
And most localizers these days are crap, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons why I still actively try and seek out stand-up comics, ones that don't have huge Netflix specials or huge albums, because I want to see what they're saying. One of the things that's kind of very nice to learn, especially recently, is that a lot of the smaller club circuits throughout North America, they don't have this censorship issue that you've seen in other establishments. They don't care at this point. They just need people to come in, buy their drinks, see the show, laugh, have a good night, forget their woes, and get out. And the fact that that's the only place where you can go out to comedy that is actually competing with movies right now, because it's a lot cheaper to go to a comedy show in a seedy club somewhere with you and a date for maybe like $10 cover each, and then some drinks and laughs for 3 to 4 hours. That's a pretty good value for your dollar and time spent, versus say $16 to $20 a pop for an IMAX or a premium screen show of a movie that's probably going to not satisfy you, or be, if anything, pretty forgettable before the next weekend even hits. That's one of the things that I think needs to kind of resonate through, and more people need to start considering and sharing with their friends, family, and stuff in their communities outside the internet, just to kind of get our bearings back on what it is we hold value. Because I know a lot of people are justifiably upset with Hollywood right now. They want it to burn, and they think that there's going to be something that will supplant it right away. And in fact, the truth of the matter is that it's not. It's going to take a long time for something to supplant it. So the best thing is, listen, if you want it to burn, that's fine. I'm all for your opinion on that. But you can send a bigger message just by investing in things that you actually want to see, like Tom Conkle's movie, if you want, or going to a smaller show, or heading up to search for other people that are putting together television shows or feature films on the independent side of things. If you show that your dollars are going there, Hollywood will pick up on that, and they will start to pick fish for that talent and get them over on their side, because they realize that that's where the audience is going. And the one thing that's been hurting the industry, especially over the last 15 to almost 20 years, is they've refused to acknowledge that. That's why we don't have any new movie stars. That's why we don't have any new acclaimed directors aside from Christopher Nolan. And he debuted in 2002. I mean, it's a long time before we have any of those new voices coming in there. James Gunn has been directing just as long as Christopher Nolan, and he's kind of phasing himself out. He's still directing on the creative side of things, but now he's heading DC Studios. So he's going to be split. We're not going to see any, high frequency of stuff coming out of him as you would any other director that would have normally made it into this sphere over that period. There's a lack of talent only because, for whatever reason it is, whether it's clever marketing that has been done by the industry, or maybe a lack of actual competition from from that's actually been built in the independent circuit because some people have been yanked out of it really quickly. We're not getting that galvanization that we have every generation of Hollywood. It's actually gone very stagnant and stale. So this is a chance for everyone out there, because we have this access through the internet, through social media. You can convey a lot stronger intentions with what it is you're looking for, and discovering what it is that appeals to you. Because even though I like to sort of amend the customer is always right thing too. The customer always knows what they like, but sometimes they don't know what that is until they see it.
Right. That is actually true.
And that's the best thing, because again, you could say nobody saw Star Wars in 1976 because it didn't exist then, and there was nobody asking for it. We know there was nobody asking for it, because if they were asking for it, the bigger studios would have done it first, and got clued in on it. Same thing when it came to Harry Potter. Nobody was asking for Harry Potter books before J.K. Rowling published it.
No,
She had
in fact, her first draft of it got rejected numerous times.
Exactly, but when someone took a risk on her and published it, she found a gap that was something that was deep for her and appealed to a younger audience. And then she did the brilliant thing by writing the books to age up with that core audience, but not pushing them away. And it worked out. And now she's one of the most wealthiest British people that's not a landowner in that country. These things are here. Audiences know what they like when they see it. So when you're an audience and you see something that you like, share it around. And if there's something that you think you know what you want and you can articulate it in a good way, get it out there, because someone else will pick up on that information. It'll sync up with what they want to do, and they'll be able to tell you exactly what it is they're doing and say, see, I'm pretty sure you're going to like this, and here's my pitch. And it's the ball's in their court. And I really hope that everyone out here, with what you saw today, what Tom pitched, what he said, the imagery that's going on with Island in the Stars. If you are a fan of science fiction, of fantasy, of adventure, of like Horatio Hornblower or any of the pulp science fiction stuff, this is totally going to be in your wheelhouse. I'd be very surprised if you didn't like it. I think it's going to be right in your alley. So, share it out if you can, please.
That was every bit as eloquent as I expected out of a script. Shorthand version is money talks and bullshit walks.
Yeah.
What's the best way to do it? Just break it down to its most simplest form, to cut out all the meandering.
Yep.
The only part that I don't like is having to wait. I want to watch that movie now, but I don't have a time machine.
That trailer, and I mean, it's mainly a bunch of concept art and then the creators talking about the project, but they're so legitimately and genuinely passionate about it that I was more excited about that than most big budget movie trailers these days.
Well, I mean, this is a lot of potential. The brilliant aspect of this thing, and you can see Tom talks about this on the show I did this afternoon. They have enough. They have enough of what they want to do to plan to make this not only a very efficient shoot, but a quick shoot, so that ideally they want to shoot it next year in November. That's when they kind of want cameras to roll, which means there's going to have a lot of prep. It's going to be nice and clean, and then ideally, it will be ready for release in the following year. That'd be the target. I'm not going to speak for him on that, but that's usually the goal when you do when you want to try and get out within a year after you're done finishing principal photography. So that is the target. This is going to be a big endeavor, but Tom and his team have access to a lot of great talent, and getting this campaign to its fulfillment, to its funding goal, will allow all that stuff just to kind of roll in a snowball effect. It's just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. It's going to be far more of an efficient production compared to some of the bigger studio stuff. And you've got a very competent director. He has things that you can go see the quality. You can see how, from the earlier short films he's done to his web series of Safety Geeks to Trouble Is My Business, you can see Tom grow as a filmmaker, as a director, and you actually know what you're getting into when you're getting to this level of project. So his resume is ready for you to look at, and it speaks wonders of his talent and skill and his dedication.
I didn't realize he worked with John Cleese. That was the thing I looked at today. I was like, ooh.
Oh yeah.
I love John Cleese.
He's worked with John Cleese a couple of times, actually.
He's one of the all-time funniest people. I've always loved him, especially growing up. Even though this isn't his greatest work, but he was in The Great Muppet Caper, and that movie made me laugh as a kid. And then I saw him in Monty Python and James Bond and all that stuff. So I need to go check out Tom's work with him, because I don't think I've ever seen a John Cleese thing I didn't like.
Immense talent.
Yeah. He's also worked with Christopher Guest from This Is Spinal Tap. He's
Mr. Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yes. He's also worked with Dan Harmon on Community. He's got a bit there. He's been on The Office. Like, he's been around, and he's got a lot of skills and a lot of talent and a lot of good, good work ethic to his name. So, you when you're investing in him, you can be very confident that your dollar's going as far as it can for the projects he's working on.
Yeah. So, chat, please. We've been dropping that link in the chat all night. Click on that, give it a look. You saw Tom's passion while he was on here. You saw how genuine he was, how passionate about this project he was, how much he wants to tell an original story, something that's not a rehash, but something that he wants. He's not telling it just because it's a story he wants to tell. He's telling it because he wants other people to enjoy it with him. So hopefully you guys will help out in allowing that to happen, and you'll get to enjoy that alongside him.
Our audience likes good entertainment. That's why they're here. So
that's exactly why they show up here every Tuesday.
I guess we should check in with said audience. It's been a nice night, but I don't think we have a ton of. I mean, is there anything to talk about? Starfield pronouns. Everyone's outraged. Like, I'm
fucking sick of Starfield. Like,
I'm sick of outrage. Like, fuck it, man.
Yeah,
I get it. It's not that big a deal.
Like, if people want to have a problem with the pronouns that are in there for 15 and a half seconds for Starfield, fine. Don't buy the game. But I'm not dedicating my energy to that.
I just think it's silly because it implies that the video game is talking about you as the main character behind your back, because that's what those pronouns are used for, to refer to you in another form of conversation. Yeah, I don't go up to Andrew and be like, "Hey, how are you doing?"
Well, that selection is basically it's basically a piece of an algorithm in the game. It's basically you telling the game, hey, like, when I'm interacting with other characters in the game, by default, this is how they're going to utilize conversation with me. That's literally all it is. Do I think the they them stuff that's there is stupid? Yeah, I think it's fucking stupid. I don't think it was necessary. But it comes up for 5.5 seconds and then doesn't.
But here's the other part too.
I think people need to chill out.
No, I get that, but I also think it's like, wait a minute, if you actually have that in there, that means you have to re-record all the lines for a third option, which is more expensive, which means that you're just running up the price of your development cost.
I agree 100%. I would agree 100. No, I agree 1,000%. Actually, again, I don't think it was necessary. I think it was stupid to put in there. Just, if you create a male character, by default, as with every other game in the last decade and a half that's allowed you to make a male or female character, characters use he and him as we would in our normal lives.
Yeah.
Because biology. And then vice versa with if you create a female character. And that should have been the end of it. But I am so sick of hearing about the freaking game. All because of the one thing that takes up 15 seconds, if that, of your character creation process. And now I gotta hear people bitching about it and moaning about it and shit.
Were they ever going to play it in the first place?
No, they probably weren't, honestly, most of them. And the purity testing that's come out of, I'm not getting into it.
Yeah.
I mean, the purity testing that's come out of it is the most irritating part to me. People are being called woke because they're enjoying the game and ignoring that 15-second bit in the character creation when it doesn't ever come up again. And I'm like, all right, that's fucking stupid.
Yeah, I mean that's it. When I've seen a number of clips of the gameplay footage, and I'm like, this seems kind of handholdy. Like, I don't think I have the open world stuff or the things I want to do like in games that I normally appeal. It's like
I have no interest in it anyway because I don't.
I had more freedom
like
with Mass
Bethesda
Effect.
games.
That's how I looked at it. Like
I like Mass Effect, well, because I think honestly, OG Mass Effect was better storytelling than most Bethesda stuff. Bethesda games typically don't cater or interest me anyway, and that's fine. I don't care. Like, the people that want to enjoy the game, let them enjoy the game. I will literally boot up Mass Effect Legendary Edition right now and replay through that entire trilogy for the 17th time before I play Starfield. Not because Starfield has pronouns, but because I love Mass Effect and I don't really care for Bethesda. I don't care for their methodology of storytelling. I don't care for their reliance on day one patches. I don't care for their reliance on community patches and letting modders fix their busted shit for them. I'll just play a better game.
I don't like modern games that are like, make your character, and then your character is generic as shit, and you're supposed to just get lost in it. It's like, maybe it's because of age, but I'm having more fun with something like Zelda, where Link doesn't talk, and so he looks a certain way, and he has his own pronouns because he's a man, but it's like, at the end of it, the audience, because he doesn't speak, that's all you really need. I think a lot of these games that just have create your own characters are kind of lazy and stupid because I don't ever find myself really into them. They all look kind of generic. They all have a samey feel. It kind of goes into my whole point about just our culture in general for the last 15 years. Like, how many first-person games all look the same? Like, you could pull up 100 first-person games from multiple generations. Like, even some high-end PS3 stuff looks pretty good by today's standards, but it all looks the same. Yeah. None of it is very fascinating, and none of it is different. Like, all the Nintendo games look different.
Armored Core looks exactly like that Gundam game that came out like a year earlier in some of the gameplay. You're just kind of in an arena, shooting people in a mech suit.
Armored Core is basically a Dark Souls game, but with mechs, and that's because the same freaking company made it. But as far as first-person games go, I'm an aesthetics guy. And so especially if a game lets me create my character, I want to be able to look at my character. Like, if I put all this effort into making this character look a certain way, I want to be able to look at them. And so first-person games just by default are antithetical to that idea for me. And I acknowledge that Bethesda gives third-person options in their games. And I will say, because a few of my friends are playing Starfield right now, and they're enjoying it quite thoroughly. And they agree that the they-them shit for, again, 15 seconds in the character creation was stupid and unnecessary. But outside of that, just as a game, they're enjoying it for what it is. And that's totally cool.
That's one of the reasons why me and some of my friends up here in Canada still play the old game, Champions Online, because you have full character creation in there.
Wow.
Like, I mean, the fact that it's still running is amazing, but every once in a while you hop on, it's like, hey, I want to create a new type of superhero or some sort of villain or demon thing, and you've got thousands of ways to customize that character visually and see it and make it goofy or make it funny. And it's like, yeah, you don't get that many options these days, and if you do, it's very, very you're very lucky to get it. And yeah, it's been crazy that the fact that you can still do that with such an old game, even though it is kind of like cartoony graphics by today's standards. Like, at the time with that and even City of Heroes, I was like, wow, you can really do some pretty extensive customization here. And that just creates another avenue of not just fun, but also uniqueness within the game, especially in an MMORPG where it's like, yeah, you can see people that no two people look alike. And it's like, that's pretty awesome.
Well, I'm sticking with classic games or Halo. I can still play the shit out of Halo. Like, if I didn't have Wokebusters work to do after this stream, I'd probably play Halo 3 for the next 2 or 3 hours. But no,
dude, I'd play co-op with you.
I got it on my Xbox and my PC, so believe me, I have
it on both.
I'm always down to play Halo. That's what I should just stream on the channel.
I won't steal you away from Wokebusters, though.
No, I gotta be responsible. I want to get this thing done, this epic. Yeah, folks.
The sooner you get it done, the sooner you can have a little bit of a break, downtime before you get started on the sequel to Stealing Solo.
Yeah, it keeps moving. I saw somebody in the chat ask earlier or say like, I didn't know if that was a real comic or if it was a joke. No, it's a real physical book. People in the chat have it. It's a real thing. I don't know why anyone would assume I'm trying to sell a fake book, but yeah, I'm not gonna turn on my camera. But listen to that. That's the book. That's me slapping the book. One of my
that is
copies.
the sound of pages being turned.
Yeah, look, it's a fun book. I'm glad. Look, it's really nice to hear you guys say all the wonderful things you say about it, meaning you guys on the show. And it's a fun project to have made. And Wokebusters is a big-ass project, but look, after that, I'll probably just get back to smaller stuff so I can pump out a regular flow of work that I'm passionate about. Believe me, I'm passionate about all the stuff I do, just like I know Eric is with the Rippaverse and Script with your work and Andrew with your work, but, it's a process. It's one foot in front of the other all the time. But
it's a balance.
I got more pages back from the inker. Everything keeps turning out great. Yay, Wokebusters. I honestly don't know what to say about it. When I went to the convention, I had a line of people ask me about it and take pictures.
I know what
with
to
the logo,
say about Wokebusters. Too sweet me, bro.
All right, boom. I just did that to the camera.
I believe it. I believe it.
So let's check in with the audience. Folks, send in all your messages. And by the way, folks, share out this stream. YouTube's been doing some messy stuff behind the scenes to our channel for the first time, and it's impacting us, so we could use your help. So folks, all we're going to ask you to do is spread the word and share our content, because YouTube is removing people from our channel and all that fun stuff that happens when you try to post on other platforms. So thanks, YouTube. So Georgian says, yesterday would have been the 50th birthday of Jason David Frank, best Power Ranger. I agree. He was the best. Rest in peace, JDF.
Post Green Ranger, yeah, he became one of the best Power Rangers there, because his Green Ranger stuff introduction was kind of weak. He's like, he's never with the gang. He's exercising with his communicator in his bag, missing calls, having to come in at the last minute. It's like, come on, man. But then once he gets to like Zeo, or like once he becomes White Ranger, then goes into Zeo and all the other stuff, dude, he shines.
I still prefer his weapon when he's the Green Ranger. I still prefer his suit when he's the Green Ranger, and I still prefer his sword as the Green Ranger.
Yeah, he had the better stuff as the Green Ranger, but he was so irresponsible as the Green Ranger.
You know the real reason behind that?
Well,
because the Green Ranger was killed off in the original Sentai, and they had no plans on bringing him back. But then they're like, over here in the West, they're like, shit, people really liked him. We got to do more.
Yep, he was too cool for school. I loved the Green Ranger. I had an opportunity to meet him, and I did not, so I regret that still.
Oh, no!
Yeah, look, I work cons, and I was, at my own booth selling prints and stuff, and I was like, oh, man, maybe in the future I'll go run into Jason David Frank, and I waited too long. Just like Stan Lee and Adam West. I was like, man, I really know how to pick, like, the worst time to wait to meet somebody, so... So Georgian also says, SAG is now trying to urge VAs in the video game industry to strike. Gamers rejoice in having the luxury to run to their backlogs with the possibility of a shutdown of another reviled entertainment industry. Script, have you heard anything about this?
Yes. So what's happening is the certain deals that are supposed to be upheld with video game publishers, especially ones that are associated with the studios, have not been met properly. Certain tactics have been used to kind of make it harder for talent to work with the studios and basically make a living off of that one job, or at least support themselves for the duration of that job. And SAG has been reviewing the contracts that they sign with those game developers and saying, hey, this is actually not in the best interest for our talent to be doing this as we once thought it was. In fact, I think the guy who voiced Shepard in the Mass Effect stuff doesn't make any additional residuals or anything else with even the cross promotions and reissues of the up-resed graphics games or re-releases of that nature, which should have been part of the initial contract, or at least part of the minimum basic agreement with when you hire professional actors to voice video games. So yeah, that's being reviewed, and they're looking to maybe make that change in the game industry side of things, which will be an historic first, because a majority of video game publishers that aren't associated with Hollywood studios haven't had to face this type of conflict before.
I don't think that's unreasonable so long as it's a matter of if the product sells X amount of copies, right? So like just like guys like Leonardo DiCaprio have written into their contracts, if this project exceeds X amount of dollars, then I start making money on the back end as well, right? And I think that's something that makes sense. I think that's a sensible compromise, because if the game is really being that well received financially, right, that that absolutely the talent that make the game, it's kind of lived in real storytelling experience. I think it makes sense for at least the talent, especially the main talent, to get kickbacks for that. But I do think it does need to be predicated on whether or not the thing is actually being legitimately profitable, and profitable beyond a certain point.
Well, one of the things is that here's the other part too. So not a lot of famous actors that end up lending their voices to video games. It's actually quite rare. And if you are going to get a very well-known actor, it's going to cost you quite a pretty penny. These types of minimum basic agreements are for the ones that haven't established themselves as a marketable person in the industry yet. Maybe they're just a great character actor or a voice actor who can do a lot of different impressions or different accents or something. They have that versatility, and it's something very lucrative because you're getting more for your buck hiring them as a talent. In some cases, I know this on the screenwriting side of things, if you're a screenwriter and you're hired to write a video game, fit to the models that the designers have created, it's a one-time payment, and then you don't get any residuals off of that. And it doesn't even matter how well you try to negotiate. For the gaming companies, they're like, we just need someone to write basic dialogue for all the various choices that we're setting up. It can be anybody. So if you want to have extra stuff, we can just kick you to the curb, find someone else. Just like how they have it in Hollywood. If you don't write something that to their liking, even if you think it's better, or even if the audience would assume it's better, if the people putting the bills don't like it, your ass is grass. Put it that way. What the WGA and the SAG are trying to do is kind of make that a little bit more merit-based in regards to if you're investing in talent to help make your product worthy of being sold and revered, that comes with a little bit of participation in the distribution of that game. And we know that video games sell millions of copies far quicker than you sell millions of movie tickets. So that basically just want to say, like, listen, if
just
you're
look at
investing
Hogwarts Legacy recently.
Yeah, exactly. It's like points on the gross. They're not big points. They're usually like a 0.5% or a fraction of a percent, because again, the price of a video game is quite big, and a lot of that money has to go into paying off the debts that were used to create that video game.
Big budget video games are like almost like creating a big budget AAA film at this point,
or multiple
between the marketing and just the general production and all of that. It's crazy how the video game industry has just exploded in terms of production. But yeah, to your point, that it means they're a lot more expensive to make.
Exactly. But if you have, say, 0.25% on the gross, and the game sells 10 million copies, that's a pretty good payday for you as a talent, and it's a negligible impact with regards to the actual company itself, because it's 0.25%. It's a quarter of an actual point, which means that they still get 99.75% of all the other profits that come in from that. Or at least however they determine it with the entire cast and crew that they've utilized. But that's usually the type of stuff that's being asked, because there's one thing that it comes to an actor is that, yes, actors would really love big paydays. The other part too is they also need to work, and in order to do that, you have to have a little bit of hunger, which means, yes, you can live comfortably, but you still want to keep on having the drive to go do more work. And you usually do that by realizing, listen, I have to have a certain price point that makes me able to support myself, but also doesn't price me out of potential work. And that's why you have a lot of actors that don't want to say, yeah, I want 25% of the gross. You don't have any actors these days wanting that much, because they know it's going to price them out of work, and two, it's way too much to ask for, considering the fact that we all know how much it takes to actually make a movie. So
yeah, 25% would remove just about any movie's profits at this point.
Pretty much.
Basically, as far as what they're making on net. Because a lot of people will say, oh, it's made this much at the box office. Yes, it has.
That's the gross, not the net.
Yeah, that's the gross, and a large portion of that gross isn't even going to them. Part of that goes to the theater. You're also not taking into account the marketing budget and so forth. So people don't have a full understanding of how the movie industry actually functions on a financial level in terms of the breakdown of what actually winds up going back to the studios on net. And in a lot of cases this year, with some exceptions like Oppenheimer and, as much as people hate it, Barbie and Mario Brothers, a lot of that is putting them in the red for that particular project.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And the other part, too, is like in Hollywood, especially in the last like 4 decades, nobody negotiates for points on the net anymore because clever Hollywood accounting eliminates any profit on the net. So you always negotiate on the gross. A famous story, one that I actually just saw reposted recently on Twitter, was Ed Solomon, who wrote Men in Black. He has not gotten a residual for that movie, and we know it's made a lot of money. But they use clever accounting to prevent him from being able to claim the part that he negotiated for the net of that film because he signed a net contract instead of a gross points contract. So the poor guy, it was screwed out of a very fair.
That first movie
residual.
did so well too.
Yep.
Wow. That's ass.
And it was a decent. It was not the most faithful adaptation with regards to the comic book, but it worked for what they were making it do. And that's one of the reasons why we have the unions at this point is, and again, no union is run perfectly. I mean, a union is really just a small version of a government, and the United States of America is a union. That means it's a republic, a unionized republic of cooperating states and territories. It all depends on who you elect, how well they represent you, and if their hearts are in the right place. It's always up to scrutiny, and rightfully so. So, I mean, it is what it is in the industry. However, it's the reason why actors and writers have a pension fund, why they're able to get health insurance, and also be able to supplement it through other third-party buy-ins. It's also giving strength to their representation and legal grounds for when a studio does pull something like what they did to Ed Solomon on Men in Black, that they can fight against that and prevent that from happening again. These are all necessary things because, again, when you deal with studios that become more corporatized than they actually become studios, they do everything they can to make sure they don't have to pay the people that help make them money. And here's the other part too. None of the competent people I know as union writers and actors hate the studios for being successful. We actually really like it because we know we contributed to that. We're just like, why are you being so frugal when we know you have the money to spend? And we're not asking you to spend a lot. Like, we're just asking you to spend a little bit. And the frugalness doesn't help you because, again, the axiom is true. You got to spend money to make money. And if the studios aren't going to spend the money, then what they're going to make is going to be diminishing with every quarter that they have. And we've already started to see that this year alone.
Real quick, from the one thing you said, I actually like the Men in Black movie more than I like the comic. I've read the old stuff, where they fight like the religious cult,
werewolves, and other stuff. Yeah,
and so it's not bad. I'm glad it got adapted, but I'm just like, wow, this is one of the few times where I run to the movie. But the second one's terrible. So
the second movie was not good. I never saw the third.
I liked it.
Josh Brolin was pretty good as Tommy Lee Jones.
Or the fourth, for that matter. But
nobody saw that.
That's because I don't think anybody watched that.
I got invited to the premiere of the fourth. I wish I was sick that day.
I like Chris Hemsworth, but you couldn't have paid me to see that movie. I take that back. Everyone has a price.
Everyone has a price. You got Liam Neeson and Chris Hemsworth, and you're hoping to see more of them together, but no, you got Tessa Thompson, who people in Hollywood are trying to push her in there, and she's not making waves in the audience. So
she's not particularly talented. I mean, she's not the worst actress ever, but she's just kind of there.
She's generic, yeah.
Yeah, she's generic. She's uninspiring, and off camera, she's kind of a twat. So
she's got this look about her where she just looks dead-eyed, or she's just kind of like there, and you're just like, okay.
Yeah.
I think she's got this haughty look to her, when she's not in front of the camera for a film, like in interviews and things like that. I don't know. She reminds me of 20 2018 Brie Larson.
Well, they're
in a lot of
friends.
ways. Not quite Rachel Zegler levels. She's a whole new level of what the hell, Disney, y'all need to shut this bitch up. And oddly enough, Brie Larson has been pretty damn quiet for the last handful of years. I think somebody finally said, hey, shut the fuck up.
I think somebody did that right after Captain Marvel came out.
It's possible.
I think she got a new publicist after her YouTube attempt failed.
That's entirely possible because she has been just quiet for the most part. She did that one thing where she was on, was it Jimmy Fallon or was it, she was on one of those late night shows.
Kimmel.
It was Kimmel? Okay, I get them all confused because I don't watch any of them because they're all jackasses. Exactly, yeah, they all suck. None of them are funny. But you know what I'm talking about, Jeff, and Script, you probably do too, where she was on there as like a guest host. She was all dressed up to the nines. She had this great dress on. She had the girls showing. And most importantly of all, she had a smile. She looked like she was having fun. She was laughing. I think she had, was it Jamie Foxx on? And she was just like, actually, wow, she's human.
She's
weird.
She was behaving like the Brie Larson I've heard about when she was doing 21 Jump Street and Scott Pilgrim.
She was behaving like a human being, is what she was behaving like. She was behaving like the person that if she had done that, like in all the marketing, I'm not even talking like how she was dressing and all of that. I'm just talking about personality-wise. If she had been that Brie Larson during the whole Captain Marvel marketing, I'm not saying the movie would have been good because the movie still wasn't good, but I don't think a lot of people's channels wouldn't have blown up. But it also just, it wouldn't have been as big of a deal. It would have just been like, that movie was just kind of
Why didn't they get a better director to get that type of performance out of Brie? I mean, that's what I was saying to myself when I saw that film. I was like, I've seen her act. She's actually quite diverse and good. Where the hell is
personality?
that?
Her personality during that guest hosting was like, okay, so while not necessarily a 1-to-1, if you had given me that as Carol Danvers, that would have been far more acceptable because that would have been a lot more akin to what I recall from the comic books that I own and spent a lot of money on.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
That's why I think, again, that movie had two directors, and I think one director was focused entirely on Brie Larson, and the other director was directing a completely different movie, and that's why it doesn't feel like a proper film. And it's also why those two directors, whose names I don't recall right now, I do know they haven't been working much since that film, and they haven't been brought back to Marvel again either. So there's a reason for that.
Okay. Yeah, I don't remember the names. I mostly try to forget that movie, even though it isn't the worst MCU movie. I would put it in the bottom 3.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not the worst one. Thor 4 was worse.
Thor 4. Oh yeah, there have been luckily time has allowed there to be more worse Marvel movies than Captain Marvel.
Thor 4 was legitimately worse by actually a long sea mile.
What a waste of Christian Bale in that film.
What a waste of everything in that film.
Oh, our friend Shrubbles08 had a word of the day. Sorry we didn't get to this at the beginning. We had Tom Conkle on. He was telling us about his project. But the word of the day is queef.
Oh, God.
Oh, God.
Always rely on Shrubbles.
Yeah, Ahsoka, the Duel of the Queefs. Actually, would work. I really like that title. How Stella got her queefs back. Star Wars, Rey's loud queef, and dude, where's my queef?
Oh, God.
Sign me up for dude, where's my queef?
Little Red Riding Queef.
Lord of the Queefs.
Bridge on the River Queef?
Queef Busters.
Don't tell my sequel idea. Shut up.
The Man with the Golden Queef.
There you go.
The Man in the Iron Queef.
Oof.
The Count of Monte Queef Co. There we go.
That's the winner right there.
That's the winner. That's the one.
Oh, thank you, Shrubbles08. You always bring a lot of fun to the show. Thank you, folks. Dean Domino 25, what is up? He sends 2 in a row. Dean says, speaking of Spy X Family, got me thinking... Oh, sorry, this is a 3-1 from Dean Domino. Hail to the High Council. Jeff, glad you were able to enjoy Spy X Family. Figured you would with your love of the Bond franchise. Speaking of Spy X Family, got me thinking about how bad Hollywood Western media can't write good female characters, yet this series has them, with traits usually talk about in a negative light, selfish and bratty. Anya, overpowered, Yor, or even demanding, Lloyd's boss, and make them compelling.
It's funny how Western people in journalism and retards on Twitter will complain about how there aren't enough good female protagonists, while the Japanese will just crap out female-led franchises like it's going out of style and everybody loves them.
Yeah,
it's just kind of funny.
The wind blows and there's 5 more new ones.
Right? It's sad. I think it just comes down to making a character that people can actually like. It doesn't matter if the character's male or female. Just make them likable on some level, and people will be attracted to them.
I mean, bring back role models. That's what I was pitching that in 2012. I want to see. I haven't seen a role model in a movie in 2012. I'm talking to producers. It's wouldn't it be great to have a role model in movies? Yeah, but they have to have a flaw. It's yeah, they can have a flaw, but the role model aspect is how they overcome the flaw, and also. And it's okay, and then what are the flaws? And you got a whiteboard behind them of basically just drug and alcohol abuse and infidelity and theft and con man stuff. It's these are boring flaws. You have to have something where it's a person who's so compassionate that they're easily manipulated based on a compassionate argument. They have to kind of pull themselves back from that. We don't get those types of role model characters anymore, and as a result, a lot of movies have been pretty forgettable. I mean, even Chris Pratt in the Jurassic World films, he's not a role model. He's kind of a dick.
I wouldn't call him a role
arrogant
model, but I would be lying if I said I didn't freaking love Owen.
I mean,
I love his character, but I mean, Ian Malcolm will always be my favorite character in the Jurassic franchise. Not gonna lie, even though he is different in the movies than he is from the books, and I read the books when I was a kid. So I do understand that there's a difference, but Jeff Goldblum is also my favorite actor, so there's that.
Exactly. I think that's one of the things is that getting good positive role models back in entertainment is quite useful. There's something to that. People like the idea that there is an innate goodness in our humanity, and even though we ourselves aren't perfect, we can at least have an example of what it is to be someone who's just trying to do good, to help remind us why that's valuable. And when you didn't have that, look at how our society is kind of the result of our society from that. I mean, I think that the delineating point started when they canceled Star Trek Enterprise. 2005 was kind of the last year where things are kind of going in a good direction, and all of a sudden it's kind of depressing now. Where are the good heroes? Oh wait, we get a little bump with Iron Man and how he becomes a decent role model, and then he falls to the wayside with Avengers 2 and all the other stuff. Captain America was a good blip there, and then they kind of complicated him with Civil War and all the other stuff. And it's well, okay, these are the only ones now. Where are all the others? Where's the aspects of James Bond being a role model in the sense that he's for king and country, doing his duty, even when it knows it's going to be in his poor interest personally. We don't get any of those types of stories anymore. And instead, we're getting we're getting nothing. We're getting empty, hollow.
Well, if ever there was at the risk of us going on a rant here, if ever there was an opportunity to put out a movie that had a role model, it was Man of Steel.
Yeah.
Because Superman, Clark Kent, Kal-El, is known as the Boy Scout for a reason. He is the role model in the DC comic universe, and they dropped the ball so disastrously with that, where you could have had a return to form when it came to having a role model on screen with that, but you didn't. It's not what we got.
You know, if I might throw this name into the hat, Patrick Wilson's character from Moonfall was definitely not a role model.
No.
God, it was terrible.
Why do you keep bringing that movie up and reminding us that we saw it?
He was traumatized. He's working through it.
Thank you.
Let Jeff work through the trauma that is Moonfall.
I'll say I watched that movie I was having a bout of insomnia at the time, and I was trying so hard to be invested in the film, because there were certain points where I'm like, okay, like I'm trying to track with you, trying to be here with this character and with the story, but it just like it didn't work, man. I appreciate the attempt, I guess, but it didn't work.
No, not in any way.
It didn't work. I wanted to like it because guys, it's easy to shit on things. I prefer to enjoy the things that I spend my money and or my time on. I don't want to waste 2 hours of my night, whether I'm battling insomnia or not. I don't want to waste, however many hours it takes me to finish a game, and spending $60 or $70 on it for any reason. But I will call it out if it's just not good. And Moonfall, yeah, it wasn't it. It wasn't it.
It was a waste of time, a waste of... I don't even pay for my HBO Max streaming service subscription, but I feel like I got shortchanged financially, so...
I wasn't at the time, and I'm not right now. I don't have HBO Max at this point, or Max now that it's called, because they changed the pricing, and now like I would have to pay, I forget how much it is monthly. And I'm just like, I don't watch enough stuff to justify that. Not right now, anyway.
Yep.
I own all the Harry Potter films already on Blu-ray, so I'm good.
I own none of them. I know. Shocker, right?
I am not shocked.
33 Legion. I'm assuming 33 Legion bitch says, no question, nothing interesting to say, just like the channel.
Well, we appreciate the shit out of you.
Yeah, it's nice to hear. Sorry, I keep coughing, and I don't want to cough into the mic. I just need water. But...
Damn it, drink water, Jeff. What the hell?
I know, right?
I hydrate with wine. The least you could do is hydrate with water.
Please, somebody clip that.
I guess the floor is hydrating with wine now, right?
What the shit?
I hydrate with wine. Clunk.
I just want to set up what actually happened here. So,
please.
My wine glass is about 6 inches away from where my hand is right now. What fell was actually my Slytherin replica Harry Potter cane. Yes, I'm a big fucking nerd. I don't front. I'm not a fake geek like some people are in this space. I actually own this shit. This is supposed to be secure and leaning up against my bookshelf. It is a good 12 or 13 inches away from my hand, and it just somehow managed to circumvent the very deliberate placing of my books on the top of my shelf that jut out about 2.5 inches to prevent this very cane from falling. It managed to just say, well, fuck that. It fell over and knocked over my water bottle that was sitting on the ground. So I have no idea how all of that came to pass, just by way of me picking up my empty wine glass that wasn't even close to either of the objects that fell. So that was interesting. So yeah, story time. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
33 Legion bitch, thank you very much for your generous super chat. John Thomas says, Jeff, y'all's thoughts on Rebel Moon? Will it be good? Watchable at least. Disaster? I know very little about it. Well, I'll tell you this. It'll be better than Moonfall, because anything is. But Rebel Moon looked okay. I don't really like Zack Snyder's brand of filmmaking. I don't buy into it. It's nothing but personal. He's never done anything to me. But his brand of filmmaking, it just... I don't know how to describe it. I don't want to say it's lesser, because I don't want to seem like I'm trying to dog on the people that like it. It's a music video, thank you.
It's flash without substance, for the most part, for me. For me, Zack Snyder is very similar to a guy like J.J. Abrams, where he might have a visual eye, but storytelling-wise, it just isn't there for me. I can pretend to get why some people like him. I don't particularly care for his Watchmen. We all know how I feel about the Snyderverse. 300 is badass, but outside of that, like, all of his films use the same filter as that film.
They do. They are. And I actually had a friend who cut together 6 different Zack Snyder scenes. The most ones that didn't have the main characters, and you cannot identify which movie they belong to because they all look the same. One of them was from the CGI owl film he directed.
Oh, the Guardians of Ga'Hoole?
Yes.
But he directed that?
Yeah, I believe. Yes, I'm pretty sure he directed.
Are you serious?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That movie was way too hopeful to be a Zack Snyder film.
Well, I mean, listen, when you're directing an animated feature, you as the director are only really worried about the actors, not so much the visuals itself. However, for some strange reason, he managed to capture, he managed to get across the type of lighting he wants and what he uses. But Zack Snyder is one of the few directors who, a lot of directors started out in music videos. And they started out in music videos specifically to get into making television and feature films. Zack Snyder tried for 10 years and couldn't cross that bridge. And there's a reason. Because he sucked. I mean, you don't stay in music videos for 10 years unless that is what you want to do. And we know Zack Snyder did not want to do that. The only reason that he managed to cross over that bridge is because he was the only one with the lack of courtesy to George A. Romero to remake Dawn of the Dead.
Yeah.
No director wanted to remake it because they all loved Dawn of the Dead. And it was
he didn't even write the remake to that, did he?
He did not. James Gunn.
That was James Gunn. Yeah.
He was assigned to rewrite it, which was something also he didn't really want to do, but he did because he needed the money, and he was crawling out of the trauma film industry. So Trauma is based out in New Jersey. They make very schlocky, grotesque horror films that are a lot of fun and a lot of traumatizing to people. James Gunn saw an opportunity to get the next step above that, more close to the industry. He took it. Same thing with Zack Snyder. However, the difference being is that James Gunn had talent, and he did something that was trying to honor Romero's take on.
I remember
zombies.
the Moon movie being fine. Like I didn't.
Yeah,
I
and the
didn't
movie was
hate it.
actually
I didn't
quite-
love it. It
No,
was
the
well
movie-
received, wasn't it?
It was well received, and a lot of people who were expecting to hate it ended up not, thinking that it'd be like a travesty to do it, but it worked out.
I own it on DVD.
And you know what? Zack Snyder cleverly managed to roll that credit into more things, and good for him for doing it. The problem is that he hasn't learned as a director. And it's weird that we're talking about this because up here where I am in Canada, there's a whole bunch of film festivals coming out, some independent, some bigger ones like Toronto International Film Festival. I got hired out to help with one of the committees that organizes the trailers that are going to be shown in some of these micro budget film festivals. These are some of the smaller ones here and there. It's kind of just like, come in for a consult, watch them, be like, yeah, that's good. God goes here, what have you. I wrote a little bit about it on my Patreon, and I noticed that there are some filmmakers who I've known for 20 years who, much like Zack Snyder, have not changed their tactics and how they make movies, and that's why they're still stuck in the micro budget sphere. I'm talking, they're still making the same mistakes they made 20 years ago, just like with Zack Snyder. He's made the same mistakes 20 years ago. He hasn't grown. The only difference is that Zack Snyder has friends in high places in the studio system, so he's able to get the money he needs to make what he wants. These other guys here, they have no excuse. They're just not growing, and they're using the same their definition of insanity, using the same tactics they did over and over again with slightly different stories, just to trying to break out of the indie sphere and get into the big leagues. And then I see others who I've known for maybe 10 years or so who you would be shocked to find out they made a beautiful looking feature film that looks Hollywood level for $20,000. And you're blown away with the ingenuity and the stuff that they did. And you're like, yeah, these guys are going to be names audiences will recognize within the next 10 years for sure. And Zack Snyder's just one of those guys of the former, where he is damn lucky he got that big break for Dawn of the Dead, which led to 300, which led to Watchmen and so forth. And he just kind of rode that up. But now he's doing Rebel Moon, which he was pitched to Lucasfilm. It was rejected because it wasn't a good pitch. And so Netflix decided to invest in it. And we're learning not only is part one like 2.5 to 3 hours, but after that releases, he's going to release a director's cut of that.
I was
going to
say, didn't he already preemptively announce that there's a longer director's cut? Like, what the fuck,
just for
bro?
part one. Just for part one.
That tells me, like, look, I don't actually have an aversion to longer movies so long as it's paced well and it feels like the story fits that longer length. However, if you say, okay, we're releasing this movie at such and such length, but I've already got a director's cut planned, that tells me that you're not good at pacing your film, and you're also not good on the cutting room floor in terms of getting what you feel to be the full story being told within the boundaries of the length of time that you were given. And he seems notorious for that at this point, because fuck me dry, the Snyder cut was 4 hours, and that was 4 hours of me having a pine cone kicked up my ass backwards.
It's so strange that he does a 4-hour cut of a Justice League film, and Superman, or at least what he thinks is Superman, is in it for about 7 minutes. And people want to say that he handles Superman well. It's like, you don't even have him in your movie.
There's more Superman in the shitty Joss Whedon cut in 15 seconds than there is in the entirety of Snyder's version. And that's painful to say, because the Joss Whedon cut sucks too.
Oh yes. Yes, indeed.
That movie is a Frankenstein monster. It's crap.
Well,
but there's more Superman still in it, objectively.
I will be curious to see what Netflix will say when it comes to Rebel Moon when it debuts on their streaming service. I think I think some of the future. I suspect that some of the future projects that Zack Snyder has in negotiations with Netflix will end up evaporating after that.
I prefer to judge creators project by project. Like, I don't like Zack Snyder. I hate his take on the DC universe. That being said, if Rebel Moon looked like something that just legitimately interested me, whether he was involved in the project or not, I would say so, and I would watch it. And I may still watch it just to say, like, okay, like, I watched it. I can set aside my dislike for Zack Snyder over here, and I can address the movie just as a movie over here. Do I like it or not? I can do that. I'll probably do that. But just on its face, I don't know. It just kind of looks like a gritty amalgamation of Dune and Star Wars, and I'm not interested. I'd rather just watch like the first 6 Star Wars.
Star Wars.
Yeah,
I mean,
I still need to see Dune. Nobody shoot me. Nobody.
Bro, I haven't
shoot
seen
me.
it either. Chill.
Okay,
dude, you'll enjoy it. But it's the
I've
Seventh
been yelled at
Samurai.
by people because I've been told that the Dune Part 1 is actually a legitimately good film.
It is. It's Magnificent Seven. It's Seven Samurai. It's Battle Beyond the Stars. It's just Zack Snyder's version of it with lightsabers. And we see those in the trailer, and a lot of slow mo for reasons.
I mean, it's Zack Snyder. Slow mo is kind of his brand.
Well, here's the thing. He's got a great eye for visuals, but the problem is that the movies aren't about the still shot. That's something you get in comic books, where you focus on the still shot, the page itself, to look at the image and actually relish in it. You don't get that luxury in film because it's not about that. It's about the movement. It's about the progression. It's about the pacing. No, there is no quote unquote money shot really in movies, unless it's following a climax. However, with Zack Snyder, every scene apparently has a climax in it, and it's like, dude, you don't have anything in the
jerking
tank.
Off to himself,
yeah,
really.
He doesn't have anything in the tank to warrant any of that, because they're not real climaxes. They're the woman the gold digger who's going, yes, look at me, I've climaxed, I'm performing for you.
Utilized properly, I think in the context specifically of superhero films, so comic book adapted superhero films. I think that if you are adapting a specific scene from a comic book and you utilize slow-mo at a particular moment in that to put emphasis on that moment specifically for comic book fans, so for people that read the book, to let them sit there in that moment and kind of bask in that and be like, I remember reading that panel. Like give them that extra second or so, right? That is entirely acceptable. But he uses slow-mo like every other scene. It's too much. It's not necessary. Like, that scene doesn't need this. That's unnecessary. There are moments in comic book, superhero comic book adaptations for film that 100% could warrant a slowed down moment to place emphasis and extra weight on that particular moment because it's representative of something that came from the comic books. I am 100% here for that. But slow-mo for him is like JJ with lens flares. It's just like, hey, I don't know what I'm doing with this scene, so I'm just going to put slow-mo. I'm just going to put lens flare.
Yeah, and it's
Too
also
much.
it's robbing your ability to set up the important moments because you're abusing a very reliable tactic to focus on, hey, audience, this is very important. I'm going to either change my focus or slow it down a little bit so that you understand and can actually process what's going on. But that doesn't work when you do that every couple of seconds.
It dilutes it.
Yeah. It removes its value.
Yeah.
And any director that said, listen, when you're cutting together a movie, every scene should be important. However, you also have a tier system of what's more important than another. And anything that is completely unimportant, you cut. And anything that is important enough to set up something that's more important, you keep. But you don't want to detract from, you don't want to make the less important stuff appear more impactful than the important stuff that you want to get across. And Zack Snyder doesn't understand that. And for a man of his age and the amount of opportunities he's had to make a film, he should have gotten that by now. And the fact that he hasn't is really bad for who he is as a human being intellectually.
Well, to me, that just shows narcissism. That shows, overblown sense of self-importance.
Uwe Boll has more growth as a director than Zack Snyder.
Oof.
Oh.
That's a fucking burn.
But it's also a fact. It's also a fact. I've seen Uwe Boll's first film, and I've seen his last film. He's grown as a director. He still makes crap movies, but he does grow as a director.
I just like the burn, that's all.
Jesus.
Remember when he was trying to fight people that didn't like his movies?
He fought the critics of his films, and he kicked their butts.
Dion wanted to challenge him, but Dion's a trained martial artist, so I think it would have been an interesting
He would
battle.
have killed him.
Because all the guys on this show are well over 6 feet tall, and Dion, Dion could do it.
Not me, I'm 5'11".
You know what? This is Andrew's last show, folks, because we have a rule of thumb. You cannot be a guest or a host on WCBS unless you're over 6 feet tall. That'd be terrible.
This is a very peculiar rule.
That's rude.
There'd be like so few people on this show. It's like,
You
folks, unless you're over
heightest.
6 feet tall, don't watch it either.
Yeah.
Is that legal to be heightest, or is it illegal? It's still discrimination, right?
Give
it's uncontrollable.
Give the ADL like 5 minutes. I'm sure they'll add it.
Jeff Hicks, heightest. That'll be my next comic book after my next comic book.
I look down on all of you.
Maybe that should be a supervillain. He's just a guy with an inferiority complex, but he's also like 7'2". So that's his whole gimmick.
Jeez. So the opposite of Chihuahua syndrome.
Yeah, he's just a dick. With a good vertical base. Anyway, let's see. We have our friend Jack White. He says, the reason the internet became politicizing is because of government censorship, like what happened with the Twitter files. Do you guys know what happened with the Twitter files? I'm out of the loop on this one.
Long story short, I know we don't do the politics thing here, but when Elon first bought Twitter, he wound up doing a series of things on the platform known as the Twitter files, where he had a couple of different journalists, specifically one named Matt Taibbi, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what it was. And he would drop, it was like, it varied whether it was every day, every other day, once a week, whatever. He had this series of very long breakdown tweets with evidence of things that former Twitter had been doing in conjunction with the U.S. government and things like that in terms of censoring speech, people being paid off, people being instructed. So people in government, the U.S. government, instructing people at Twitter to censor speech, things like that. Really disturbing, like super 1984 shit. Very Orwellian. It was pretty wild and illuminating, though at the same time not surprising for anybody that has been on Twitter for any real length of time. And that's the crux of that.
Oh, okay. I guess I did know a little bit about that, but thanks for the reminder. Just, all kinds of shit happens on social media. I'm never surprised if you found out, we were run by an AI for the last 20 years. I would go, oh, okay, that makes sense. Like, nothing will surprise me at this point.
Welcome to the real world.
I am not watching MTV with you. I'm sorry.
Oh.
There's just some things I won't do.
Damn. What about, like, good MTV? Like, old MTV?
I mean, technically, the real world is old MTV, but I just don't like that. I'll watch old MTV with you. We can watch Cribs or Pimp My Ride. How's that?
There you go. We'll soften the blow by, like, knocking back a ton of beers.
Well, that's fine.
And
I'll buy the
tacos.
first case.
All right, I'll buy the second, and I'll make tacos. I can make
Watch
some pretty mean street
watch
tacos.
the MTV cartoon show Undergrads. That's a classic.
I used to love that show.
Yeah.
And Daria and Beavis and Butthead. Like, MTV had good animation back in the day.
They did. They just never invested in it.
I gotta say how much I loved the shitty aesthetic of Beavis and Butthead, though. It really kind of, I don't know, elevates it in my book. Because it's like such crude humor, but it has smart writing. And then the fact that the animation's so, I don't want to say barbaric, because I really love Mike Judge's work, but like, Butthead's hair changes every frame. It makes me laugh so hard to watch that cartoon. Because it's just so
It's like the wind is going through it all the time, even indoors.
Yeah. Every time he's like, it's just like, Jesus, dude. Maybe Andrew will watch old MT. Actually, that just sounds like a fun day. Xavier DeGod got into an argument with his cousin. He said, I got into an argument with my cousin who's not the smartest, but I was telling him how they couldn't make Peter Parker or Bruce Wayne black or another skin color / race. All he could say was the R word.
That seems to line up with your cousin that's not so smart.
I was about to say, sounds like your cousin's retarded. Sorry. Thoughts and prayers.
God damn.
My bad. Sometimes I forget to put the filter on.
I don't think Xavier DeGod's going to be that hurt, but no. If you're talking about the R word being racist, I think that's ridiculous. I mean, come on now. All these people that want different colors, Spider-Man and Batman, it's like, guys, there are other characters out there that don't need to be race swapped. Just go watch them. Why do you have to have Batman change or Spider-Man change? It kind of
the second you say Bruce Wayne or Peter Parker or Clark Kent can be black, then you have to entertain the argument that T'Challa or Blade
or Luke Cage
can also be white and swapped. Like, you have to acknowledge that. You don't get the argument, oh no, it doesn't matter for Bruce Wayne or Peter Parker or Clark Kent because their skin color isn't important to their character. The fuck it isn't. They were created that way.
Yep. But it doesn't say it in the script that they're white because there's a picture of them that you look at, you asshole. Like, I hate that argument with people in comic books. It doesn't say anywhere that they're white or black because it shows you exactly what they look like.
Visual
Haircuts,
medium.
Clothing. It doesn't matter. Yep. Like, doing my comics, I would get so pissed if people were like, well, because look, I have, I'm working on stuff with regular characters, and if people ever come to me, why couldn't this character be this color? Because I didn't make him that color. What are you going to call me, racist because my main character is white? Like, shut up. I made the guy a white guy. Yeah. I'll just create alien creatures, and that'll be my out. I'll just create monsters and aliens, and those will be all my comic books. Like the old Marvel shit.
I'm good with it.
Ooh, Tales to Astonish. Yeah.
Yeah. That was my favorite little joke. Not Tales to Astonish, but Journey into Mystery. If you watch the first Thor, they walk past a billboard for like some tourism, and it's like something wherever they live, a journey into mystery. And I was like, that's like the cleverest thing in any of these Marvel movies, because nobody's going to understand Journey into Mystery, but I did. I was happy with it.
I understood that reference.
Well, that's like before Thor got his title of Thor, wasn't it under Journey of the Mystery or another version?
Journey into Mystery, yep.
For like 100 issues, right? Or something of that nature.
Well, the way it worked back in the day is if you saw a book with a high issue number, basically old publishers had to refile with the post office. So to avoid having to have the rate go up and to get the same rate per comic book, they would just change the title but keep the number. That way it would look like it's, Journey into Mystery 88 may be actually, whatever.
Or,
they did it with... Yeah. But it was all a way just to save money, because comic books, didn't make a lot of money historically.
No,
Tossy.
I mean, they were, they were monthlies, and they're just pumping out stories faster than pulp novels were coming out, and there's also way more work to go into them as well. It's like trying to get 24 pages drawn, lettered, inked, colored, all that stuff, and get it out. Back in those days, it was a big endeavor, and the fact
those
they were doing it
guys
for so
hustled.
cheap, even
I mean, look at Jack Kirby. He was getting out up to 5 books a month. And I mean, that's
crazy.
Ridiculous.
You got some people who can't get one book out every 2 years.
Believe me, I know what's up. So,
dude, well, you also have to take care of yourself, especially if you're
hard.
an artist.
It's hard, especially if you're doing literally all of the work. There's a little bit of leeway there. If you're writing, penciling, inking, coloring, and
that's
then
carpal tunnel
marketing
syndrome right there.
You're marketing, you're doing fulfillment. Like, guys, indie comics is not easy.
no, not at all.
It is not easy at all.
And then people are like, I don't think people understand the time it takes if you're just one guy. It's like, guys, it will take you that long to do 100 pages. Oh, you could do 100 pages in 100 days.
No.
Try to do 100. Try to do that. You try. Like, they don't even have to be good pages, but make sure they can tell a story. If you can do 100 pages in 100 days, then I'll buy your book. But the reality of the situation is you'll go, holy shit, this sucks.
Yeah.
And then you're
You'll
like,
burn yourself out too.
Yeah, you're looking a minimum of maybe twice that, even for some of the better artists that are giving like every single effort of themselves into every panel to make it the best it can be. I mean, that's the dedication. That's what you're investing in on the indie side of things.
Mm-hmm.
I've always liked the John Romita Jr. Way he talks about it. His style isn't classical. It isn't new wave. It's to pay the rent. He's like, I do what I can do, and I have to stop when it's due. Because he's always been just blunt and honest about his stuff.
Yeah.
But there's something to be said about that, too, because, sometimes the stuff that's like an Alex Ross page, if you read a whole Alex Ross book, it's cool, it's painted, it's beautiful, but after you read like 30 pages of that, it all kind of blends together as this like very beautiful mush. I do like when my stuff is different and funky and, aesthetically challenging.
I love Ross as a cover artist. His style isn't my cup of tea for interiors. I think he does amazing splash pages. I think he does amazing pinups. I think he does phenomenal covers. Like, I would not take away from his talent. That being said, his style is something that I would want to see as a pinup, as a cover, but not see panel after panel in sequential work, if that makes sense. It's not meant to take away from the quality of his work. It's just that I have different tastes when it comes to what I want to see for the sequentials and what I want to see as the cover or a pinup.
Same. Tossy, thank you very much for your generous super chat. Tossy says, favorite fantasy is Lioness Trilogy by Jack Vance. Read it. I read it every year. I have never heard of it. Have you guys?
Yeah, I've never heard of it.
Jack Vance I've heard of, but I haven't heard of the Lioness Trilogy. No.
Yeah, Lioness was some furry shit?
No, spelled Lyonesse.
Oh, okay. I guess I spend too much time on Twitter.
You do. You're always on there, man. I'm just like...
It's literally part of my job.
It's part of mine, too, and I'm really bad at it. I'd fire myself if I could, but,
Me too. I only tweet like a couple times a day if I'm lucky. It's just...
I don't know what to tweet about constantly. Like, am I supposed to just get into arguments with people?
No, that's not for a brand account anyway. For an individual personal account, that's perfectly fine. But for a brand account,
I just don't even have anything to get mad about. It's like, things are pretty good. I moved. I'm here. I got good friends. Getting my work done. Books are selling. It's like, I don't really have a lot to be pissy about. So, I guess
that's where you just go on Twitter and be like, I kick ass. And that's it.
And then I'll get a whole bunch, fuck you, man. It's like, all right.
Engagement.
Yeah. I should start doing that really weird, like, self-aggrandizing engagement bait just to see if people will freak out.
Oh, are you gonna start tweeting Miles Morales as Miles Morales every week
I can't actually...
in order to get fake engagement?
My fingers aren't allowed to type out the letters that equal the word Miles Morales.
In that order.
My brain won't allow
Because
that.
I believe that on an intellectual level, but I can't fucking farm that shit. That's retarded. Like, I know it to be true. Spider-Man fans know it to be true.
It's a good way to qualify for monetization on Twitter, and then once you have it, you're like, okay, now I can just do the normal stuff.
Yeah.
I guess I should do that. You know, another stream of revenue for the channel is always good.
There you go. And more money.
Yeah, I'll text you tomorrow, Andrew. Like, give me some ideas for good engagement bait. I want to get 12 million impressions this week and get monetized.
Okay.
Fuck it, man. Trace XL, thank you very much. And Tossie, I took a screenshot of your recommendation. I'm going to check it out on Audible while I'm working on the book. Trace XL says, Raunch, like shock, abrasion, and controversy are all spices, are all spices that can make what you're doing work. And like spices, less is more. If you can't taste anything but the spice, you done too much.
Mm-hmm.
I like food analogies.
I do too. It's kind of making me hungry.
I mean, it's only 12:45 here, so what is that? 10:45 for you?
11:45.
11:45. It's not too late to get
An hour
some
behind
late
us.
night wings.
I'll probably just have a nice big old bowl of ice cream.
Oh shit, that sounds pretty tasty, actually.
It's been warm. It's Texas. I can't remember the last time it was under 100 degrees during the afternoon. It's been that way for like 2.5 months. So
I thought my heat wave in Ohio was bad with, mid 90s.
Man, it's been hot as shit.
I miss the heat.
Dude,
No, you don't.
I'll trade you.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that, man.
I run warm.
thrive in the heat.
I can't stand too much heat. Like I need some balance. I need to cool off. I keep my thermostat at 65.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty chilly.
Chilly. I'm warm. I was sweating earlier. Granted, I also cooked food in the oven, so that might have been part of it. Whatever.
I don't know why you're making me laugh so much, but thank you for this.
You're welcome. Ladies and
Adamus.
gentlemen, this is the content you're here for.
Yeah, you're here to have fun with us, folks, no matter what we talk about. I feel like, what's funny? I want to do a social experiment where I'm going to do a show at night where I'm going to say, folks, there's no topics, there's no discussion. You give me a prompt, and we're just going to keep on rolling with it. Because I feel like people just want to talk about that kind of stuff.
That would be fun.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'll try it out maybe on a Sunday night. Because you guys can dictate what we do. If you're a patron, you can be on the channel or a show if you want. And if you're a member, the same goes to you. So, guys, I'm going to come up with that. Maybe it'll be a lot more fun in freeform, and we can get some crazy clips out of it.
I'm down with that. I'll move my Mario Kart stream to Saturday night because fuck that game.
I went to my cousin's house, and she's like, let's play Mario Kart. I've never lost. She didn't beat me, and she got pissed off. I was like, damn. This girl's 18, so you'd think like she would have that whole temper issue over a video game handled because she's going off to college.
Right.
Nope. She didn't talk to me the rest of the night.
Oh, damn. She was that pissed. See,
Wow.
Mario Kart used to be, and I guess just in some ways it still is, my favorite multiplayer game. But there was a point of time where I was not just playing, but I was streaming it thrice a week, 2 of which were not even on my own channel. It was for someone else, who shall remain unnamed. And I got burnt the hell out on that. And I enjoy playing on Sunday nights over on my Twitch, Caffeinated Wolf, twitch.tv/Caffeinated Wolf, for those of you who are interested. I have a good time with my friends that are in my Discord. We play. I'll usually knock back a couple of glasses of wine. We laugh, we make jokes, we cuss at each other. It's a fun time. And I also play with very high-level players. The guys that I play with are legitimately good. Not just like we play every week because it's fun and it attracts views because we like to scream at the camera and it makes us entertaining. But we're actually really good at the game. But that does make it more frustrating because sometimes like you get beat and you can't actually bitch about it because you just got beat because the other person was playing better than you that night.
I enjoy Mario Kart. I get into it. I want to do game streaming, but like, I don't know. I guess I'm not that animated when I play, unless I'm with other people, and then I don't think I could post those words on the internet, or should post those words on the internet, because I'm like, most people think of me as a chill, relaxed guy, and I am. You know, you could take me home to your family. I'm not crazy. But at the same time, it's like, when I play Halo, if somebody cheats or if I'm having a bad game, it's just like I sound like the wet bandits from Home Alone. Or Joe Pesci, whatever. I'm just screaming left and right. So maybe, folks, if you want to hear that, I'll stream some fucking video games for you. I didn't even read the super chat thinking of Home Alone from Adama. Thank you very much for your very generous super chat. He says, "Hail to the High Council. I will give you guys 3 comedies that I laugh at every year. Home Alone 1 and 2 and Jingle All the Way. My family watches them every year, and I laugh like it's the first time we're watching them."
That's good.
I like Home Alone. I like Home Alone 2, and I like Jingle All the Way. I would call, I guess, Jingle All the Way a guilty pleasure, but I enjoy it.
I
don't even
love
feel
that
guilty
movie.
watching it.
That's one of my 3. Yeah, that's probably one of my 3 favorite Christmas movies.
It rounds out, I think, maybe the top 3. Nah.
It's in my top 3
behind Die Hard.
along with The Grinch and White Christmas.
I
And
got
top 5 adds Charlie Brown Christmas and Die Hard.
Yeah, I got Die Hard, Lethal Weapon, Scrooged, or like the top 3 you got to see.
Scrooged is always my 3rd. Like, it's like,
I've not Scrooged, but I forgot Christmas Carol with Patrick Stewart. Fuck.
Oh yeah, that's not a bad one.
That one and the Muppets one are both phenomenal adaptations of
with
that.
Michael Caine.
Yeah.
I like the Muppets one.
Shit.
I still like the classic Alistair Sim one, the black and white from almost 100 years ago.
Never mind, I'm
Is
not
there a
playing this
George
game
C.
anymore.
Scott
I
version?
can't pick.
I feel like there is, but I'm not 100% sure on that. I'm pretty sure there has to be a George C. Scott version.
I mean, I gotta throw out Christmas Vacation, though, too. I love Chevy Chase movies, so... I've gone on a couple of vacations that went very Griswold, we'll put it like that. We were on our way to Gatlinburg, the car broke down, I got chased by a flock of chickens. Like, that's not a joke, that actually happened. It was a great trip, but, you know, thankfully when we got to Gatlinburg, the state wasn't closed, so... Tennessee doesn't close. But Wally World does. Also, guilty pleasure, and I am embarrassed that I like it, but Home Alone 3. That's a shit movie that I actually like to watch. I really
Is
like
that the
it.
one with the kid from Liar Liar?
Yes, and the remote
Okay,
control
that's
car.
what I thought.
Okay, yeah.
I think I saw that movie maybe once, but I was a little kid at the time, so I don't remember much about it.
It's Scarlett Johansson's first movie.
Right, yeah. When she was, before she became a woman.
I was
Yeah,
gonna
it
say,
was-
wouldn't she be like a teenager at that point?
Yeah, she was
I think she was like 10 or 12.
Yeah, something
Even
like that.
younger. Okay,
Yeah.
so even more weird. Note to self: don't go back and watch that.
I mean, it's got... I don't know how to sell that movie to anyone.
I'll just watch the opening Black Widow scene in Avengers Assemble instead if I want my ScarJo fix. It's fine.
Or you could watch Underneath the Skin, or Beneath the Skin.
I don't think I've
Oh,
seen it.
right, yeah, because she's an alien. Exploring the
Apparently
body
that
of
was
a
like a
woman.
really low budget movie, and she agreed to get naked in it for like not much pay.
Oh, she's been wanting to do Full Frontal since before she did her first Woody Allen flick.
And no one's given her the opportunity? God damn it.
Wow.
Like,
Yeah.
all right, let's fund a movie just for that.
We're gonna Indiegogo right now, Jeff. Let's come up with the concept.
Dude, let's do it. Let's give Scarlett Johansson her fucking vanity project. We'll just call it Full Frontal, and it'll be her reading a monologue for 2 hours. It will sell millions of tickets.
Well, she did it for she did that in that Skin movie, and then she did it again for a brief instant in Asteroid City.
I wanted to see that, but I didn't.
It's
now
kooky.
I have to. I like Wes Anderson.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad Scarlett Johansson just wants to take it off, because I don't think anyone wants her to keep it on. TLJ Screwjob, what is up? He says, companies should start paying players for quality assurance testing after release. It never happens, but then they would actually not ship out a busted mess. Yeah, I got issues with modern gaming. Like, I don't trust a lot of modern games because they're not going to be complete, they're not going to work, and so I just tend to, wait it out. I think the last game I bought when it was new was Cyberpunk and Halo Infinite, and those both sucked.
Yeah.
Yeah, I say that as someone who has 620 hours across 5 characters in Cyberpunk 2077 and has all 44 out of 44 achievements on Steam. I played the shit out of that game. Granted, I will say I experienced maybe 1% of the issues that other people did when I was playing through it, and so it just didn't affect me. I didn't even have slowdown. I don't even have the most powerful PC in the world. I'm running a 2070 Super. I'm okay. I got a middle of the road machine. But for the time when that game came out, there were people with high-end machines, I'm talking like 3090s, 3080s, that were having major issues. And that tells me, okay, yeah, the CD Projekt Red, y'all fucked up. You needed to optimize this. You needed a handful more months to optimize this game so that it wasn't just crapping out on people 24/7. But it was doing that on PC. It was doing that on console. It was ridiculous. I wound up thoroughly enjoying the game. I wouldn't have put several hundred hours into it otherwise, but yeah, that game released in a really sorry state, and I would have preferred, as much fun as I had with it, I would have preferred them delay it a handful more months so that it released in a more complete and optimized state, so that the vast majority of players would be able to play it without issue and have the same enjoyable experience that I did.
I didn't have a single glitch because I played it on a Series X Xbox, and it didn't crap out once on me. I just was like...
Nice. It had the most issues on PlayStation, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, especially for people that were playing it on last gen. That game should just not have been released on last gen. It was just dying constantly on PS4s, especially. It shouldn't have been released for last gen at all.
That's
very
how I feel when these games get released on the Switch. It's like, leave the Switch alone, okay?
I'm morbidly curious to see how Hogwarts Legacy is going to run on the Switch when it releases for it in November. I'm super curious.
I can't believe the Switch is getting the Arkham trilogy and selling it like it's a big deal. It's like, yeah, those games came out fucking 15 years ago nearly.
They came out when the 360 was the premier Xbox.
Oh, yeah. I got that summer vacation my junior year at college. I was like, oh, man, I'm going to be Batman. And I was. It was awesome. That and the Ghostbusters game came out the same summer. And I was just on cloud nine.
I got the Arkham game. I got the one that came with the Batarang. That was pretty cool.
Nice.
So that's I haven't played them in years though. But yeah, those were good games. And
I 100% completed City and Night. I beat Asylum, but I didn't do all of the Riddler shit in it at the time because I was in college and trying to focus on other things, or at least pretending to.
I just don't have the patience to collect everything in the game. I'm there for the story and the action.
That's fair.
Because GTA, as much as I love those games and have put in 1,000 hours on San Andreas, I've never 100% of the game because I don't like the races. I just like to explore the map.
That's fair.
So Lester San Jose, what is up? He says, "Hail, High Council. Thanks for the discussion. Looking forward to ISOM 2 and Wokebusters. Yes, I've noticed the wokeness that is YouTube and its algorithms.
Algorithms. That's good.
Looking to back the indie movie soon. Lester, thank you for your excitement for both ISOM 2 and Wokebusters. Thank you for being one of the first people to go to stealingsolo.com and get yourself a copy right away, because you get the Shopify link or the Shopify invoice and it's like, oh, Lester San Jose is right here at the top. So thank you very much for that, Lester. And yeah, folks, I know I talk about it each and every week because I keep getting closer and closer, but you're gonna love Wokebusters. I don't know how to say it, but when you work on something for a long time and it turns out exactly the way you want it, it's just very satisfying. So that's me with this book. It will be to you. I'll be done with it the end of this year. I'll be shipping it out, taking care of business, and doing a relaunch to get more eyes on this project, because Wokebusters will be the most unique comic you've ever read.
Gotta
And-
hype it up before the sequel, man.
Yeah.
I know, man. But spoiler: the Wokebusters can return. I leave it. I'm not going to kill off the Wokebusters. Come on now.
Yeah,
Save
they
that
got to
for the
save
third
New
book.
Year's Eve.
Yeah. Oh, we got to dance in the Statue of Liberty. I would love. It would be very surreal if one day I got the go ahead. We could do a Wokebusters Ghostbusters crossover. That
It's
would
the Stay
shit my
Woke
pants.
Marshmallow Woman.
Well, we do have the Stay Woke
She looks
Trippy
like
Puff
Lizzo.
Ma'am.
Well, you have
okay.
to have Vigo, the Wokago guy. You know, instead of him in like a painting, he's in a TikTok or something.
Oh, that'd be hilarious. Yeah, it would be nice to be able to do like a series of these books because it's fun to draw, and I know people will like the writing. This is very much like it's like how Spider-Man 1 or Batman 89 or any of these movies that we all love read, where it's like if there's only one of these movies, you'll like it. It'll stand out as one of those awesome ones, but it leaves itself open for a bunch of sequels. So if you like Spider-Man, you probably love Spider-Man too. So
I've got it. Vigo the Karen.
Vigo the Karen.
Because he's not a Carpathian, he's a Karen. So
I saw this Karen the other day. That lady, I'll tell you off air, okay? It's not even relevant to the show. It's just, I've never seen somebody bitch about the most mundane things. Thank you, Karen. Adama, thank you very much. He says, with you guys' takes on Starfield in mind, should we just quit calling out the bad stuff in movies, TV, and comics then? I understand that people are weary of this stuff, but the woke aren't going to quit. It's me, Austin. I'll press that button for you. I don't think you should ever stop calling out the stuff, but I think a lot of people just ham up stuff online to
I
make
think
content.
hyperbolizing and blowing things out of proportion is where it becomes a problem. I think it's important to make note of things. I think it's important to say, hey, this is not necessary. But if you're constantly reacting to things at a 14 out of 10 when it maybe warrants a 4 at most, you're only reducing your own credibility and people are going to get sick of it. Everybody burns out of constant outrage eventually. People have different tolerances for it, but people will eventually be like, y'all need to just chill out. It's not that serious. There's a spectrum with this stuff. There are things that are worth and warrant that 14 out of 10. Absolutely. But then there are other things where it's like, man, that, like, at least to me, with the Starfield stuff, again, a game I have zero interest in. I don't like Bethesda as a developer. That's something that's like, it pops up for 5 seconds and then you never deal with it again. And if you're going to lose your mind over it that much, maybe take a Xanax.
I would say mockery and apathy are the best weapons against that.
Yeah. It's like,
make fun of it quick and then be like, it's also not worth it. It's like, here's a few laughs. There you
it
go.
shouldn't be worth that much of your energy.
Yeah.
Not that anyway, that particular one.
Yeah, well,
there are far more egregious examples that are worth your energy.
Yeah, something that has just use one of the Newton's laws of motion. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So make the action appropriate for it. It's like pronouns. Oh wow, you're so desperate to include everybody that you're going to exclude everybody. Okay, I don't care anymore. Bye bye. You made your point. You wasted your money. I'm moving on. How's this game going? Oh, in and out.
Don't talk about In-N-Out. I can't get that anymore. It sounds delicious.
Dude, I haven't had that since before the pandemic. I am hurting for a double, man.
I've got one 6 minutes up the road.
Rub it in.
I did.
Go to
Twist
Whataburger.
that nice some more.
I have one of those 10 minutes up the road. Ironically, I've got an In-N-Out closer than a Whataburger, and I'm in Texas.
Well, if you ever get a Skyline chili, then we'll talk. But until then, you don't get that. I do. You're like, what the hell
Whatever.
is it? It's a local thing. People like it. Adama, my take is this. It's like, I think ScriptDoctor said it best. It's really only Disney that pulls a lot of the woke stuff in movies. Other companies have tried and they pull back.
Certainly, primarily, at the very least.
Mm-hmm. There's always going to be this. Well, let me rephrase it. There's going to be this stuff for a time being, but it's definitely slowing down. And it's not to take digs at anybody out there, but it's like people are looking for this stuff to the point where they're saying stupid shit and getting in trouble for it now to try to make outrage or make it, be offended or this or that. It's like the flip side of the coin. It's like everybody that's offended over everything. It's just like, guys, calm down. Let's just call out the bad shit, make fun of it, like you said, and move on. It doesn't warrant weeks of fucking conversation. It gets boring that way. I mean, being in a constant state of that. What'd you say?
It's killing a joke. I mean,
yeah.
Nobody can maintain that energy forever.
I mean, Michael Jackson's no longer a punchline anymore. They killed it. Because you could say anything and be like, Michael Jackson, and people be like, that's kind of funny. But then you're like, no, not today, not anymore. 20 years ago. People have been doing it for 30 years. Killed it 20 years ago, and when you still do it, nobody gets a laugh anymore because everybody used it. It's become cliche. It's lost its luster, so to speak.
That's how I feel about a lot of the outrage stuff. It's like, my immersion in a game is lost when the game sucks.
Yeah.
So, and I'll be honest, what people would consider woke in video games, I don't buy. I don't buy a lot of the stuff that people are like, oh, this looks so woke or this looks great. My gaming choices, that's probably why I don't do much gaming on the internet. My gaming choices wouldn't interest most of the people. It's like, I want to play Tony Hawk or...
I'll play a lot of retro stuff.
Yeah, or I'll play the newest Tony Hawk. I play the shit that makes me happy. I'll play wrestling games. I'll play GoldenEye. Can you really get outraged about GoldenEye? No, it's a great game and it still stands up. So, yeah, that's my.
I got Shredder's Revenge, TMNT Shredder's Revenge, which was fun. I also have Generation Zero. I play every once in a while on my channel. Late '80s video game blowing up robots. Come on, that's fun.
I've been playing the shit out of Baldur's Gate 3 lately. And
that one, you can do a bear.
As somebody, the context for that is that the character's a druid, and it's stupid and unnecessary for that particular optional scene, which I shall not be partaking in. But that being said, as something that's supposed to be a video game representation and adaptation of the D&D 5e system, it's pretty freaking flawless. It is really, really well done. I say that as a longtime D&D player. I'm quite impressed. And I played the older Baldur's Gates as well. Like, I played the crap out of Dark Alliance back in the day.
I remember a game I played with...
I liked those more than Diablo.
There's a single-player game for the Xbox 360 that I used to play with my girlfriend because we always had this bet, and it was called Alpha Protocol.
I know that game.
And the bet was, can you play it all the way through once and nail every single one of the female characters in it? And that was the challenge. And we'd always have a...
Challenge accepted.
Oh, yeah. I did that like 3 times. It's hysterical because it's like you have to pick all the right options for them to, bed you, and then you continue on for the rest of it. And it's like it's not a great game, but it's fun here and there. There's certain challenges you can impose on yourself to have fun with it. But that was one of them. And again, this is my girlfriend who I've been together with for like almost 10 years at the time. And we thought it was just really funny because like that's always showing up as an option. So I would play it and I would nail them all. And then she would play it like a couple days later and then she'd nail them all. And we just would laugh at it because it's like the fact that this is an option in a game and that in 2000 would have been like 11 maybe. It was just silly. But I mean, you don't have those types of now. They just kind of go way off base. It seems in some parts, but it's so flippant that it's like, okay, yeah, you're not. This is for a shock value. All right, thank you. Moving on.
Let's press our button for our friend Adama here.
Who's that Pokemon?
It's me, Austin! Oh, son of a bitch!
Son of a bitch! That's the best part of that clip, honestly, is JR.
You feel it. You really feel it.
TLJ Screwshop says, unfortunately, I saw Men in Black International in the theater with a friend. Ooh. I don't remember much beyond a jet bike and being bored to almost napping.
Friends don't make friends go see Men in Black International in theaters. Are you still friends with that person?
I hope so. I hope your friendship is stronger than a terrible Sony picture. My friendship lasted Spider-Man 3, so if I can do that, you can do that.
Yeah.
Let's see. Up next, we have one from our friend Jack White, who says, by the way, chances of the government doing what they did with the old administration at Twitter, they are doing with YouTube and Boomer Book. You know, something's definitely going on YouTube right now.
Yeah, YouTube's all over the freaking place. Twitter's its own thing right now. That's all I'll say about that. Twitter,
I'll say this,
all of these social media platforms are frustrating for me right now because they keep changing the algorithm every freaking week.
They do. One thing that I noticed with Twitter, and I haven't changed much with regards to my interaction with the app, but since Elon took over, I gained 1,000 followers, and it's like that's pretty noticeable. It's like I'm not doing anything different.
I have demonstrably more interaction and engagement on my personal account than I ever did before.
Yeah,
that's for sure. And I'm not really even doing anything different. So that's cool. I'm not going to complain about that.
I say that's a good step in one. That's a good step in one right direction. But again, Twitter's a complicated place. It's got a lot to unravel, and we can only cross our fingers and hope that it'll get done. But I'm not going to hold my breath.
Yeah, me neither.
I ultimately don't trust any of these social media platforms. It doesn't matter who owns it.
I ultimately don't like social media that much, but it's just we have to do it with the the YouTube and our online stuff. But like, if I could wipe out one responsibility, it'd probably be Twitter. I just don't get it.
I use it mostly for DMs. It's a very good DMing system for me.
Jack White, thank you very much. He says, Jeff, have you managed to check out any of the anime I sent you links? And looking forward to the new Miyazaki movie, The Boy and the Heron. I've commented on The Boy and the Heron a couple times, actually, Jack. That thing looks great. When it comes to Miyazaki movies, I like to watch them as an artist, like from that standpoint. Admittedly, I haven't seen them all, and I don't get into the more whimsical stuff from the story, but I do like the artistic nature of his movies. My favorite one is still The Castle of Cagliostro. I love Lupin the Third. That's going to be an easy sell for me anytime. I mean, there's nothing else to say besides I love it. It's my absolute favorite. Favorite thing from Japan, probably, next to the Nintendo. Jack, I will watch some stuff when I get the time. I want to sit down and just use the links you sent me to watch Dragon Ball Z, because I'm really hankering for the whole Saiyan saga. Minus the Snake Way part, because
I'm friends with the Dragon Ball YouTuber in this space.
Oh, really?
Geekdom 101. Yeah, Danny.
Oh,
he's cool people. He's
nice.
the guy.
He has the Dragon Ball Abridged, right? On his channel, he has the Dragon Ball Z Abridged.
No,
that's not him.
That's a different channel entirely. He doesn't do the spoof stuff.
Well, Dragon Ball Z is, that was one of those important parts of my childhood. I remember how excited I was back in the day.
Grew up watching that stuff. I made sure that I finished all my homeschool schoolwork by the time that shit came on, so I could just sit my butt down and watch it.
It's that good of a show. It would get you amped up. It was like the next era of Power Rangers. I would be so ready to fucking go when they would fight and play that music. Xavier to God, thank you very much. He says, Jeff and Drew, I read that Toriyama, the creator of Dragon Ball, said that his ideal actor to play a live-action Son Goku would be Jackie Chan.
It's funny. That was a rumor more than 2 decades ago when I was buying, I don't know if you guys remember this magazine, Beckett?
I do.
Okay, yeah, the Beckett collector magazines. They had a Pokemon one, they had a Yu-Gi-Oh one, a Digimon one, a Dragon Ball one. I collected all of those. And in one of them, there was a fan casting or a editorial, staff casting for the various characters in Dragon Ball, and Jackie Chan was picked for Goku. I am of the mind that anime doesn't really need to be adapted into live action for the most part. There might be 1 or 2 exceptions here and there. I don't need any of the fantastical shonens adapted. I don't need a live action Dragon Ball. I don't need a live action Naruto. Personally, I think those are best left in the mediums in which they were originally created, and that's the manga and animation. state, because there are things that you're not gonna get it to look right, no matter what you do. Like you're not gonna get the hair right. You're not gonna get a bunch of other things right, no matter what special effects you use. It's just gonna look weird if you try and do in live action.
Yeah, even something with One Piece, which I thought was pretty entertaining so far. It's just there's something off about it, and not not necessarily the worst way possible, but you can tell that it's supposed to be a different medium that you're watching. Thank you, Xavier to God. It's weird when he called you Drew. I was like, who? Oh yeah, it's you, man.
Yeah, you're lucky I responded to that. I don't know if I responded to Drew. I don't like Drew.
That was the well, I have a friend who's a comic writer. He and I are working on some stuff, and I always refer to him as Drew. I'm like, he's not on this stream, dude. So that's why it was relevant enough to bring it up to you.
He was Xavier to God was looking into the future for when you and I work on our book, whatever that is.
Oh yeah, you mean the one that makes $14 million, breaks every record?
In the first day? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a new lap record. I'm down with that. We'll make something in the future. It'll probably be fucking awesome too, because we'll just be like, it'll be a love letter to Spider-Man and the Flash and a couple other things.
It would be the most comic booky comic book ever.
Oh my god, we'd have to break every rule just to have fun with it. Like go over the top with our nerdiness.
Well, there's the title right there, Over the Top.
Can we get Stallone involved? It's another guilty pleasure movie.
He seems pretty
well,
chill.
He does work in comics here and there, so yeah.
He worked with your boy Zach.
Yeah.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Yep. Actually, Chuck Dixon has his contacts, so I mean, there's connections that can be made.
Yeah. There are connections in this space to Stallone, oddly enough.
Yeah.
It would be hard not to geek out and go, man, you were so great in Tulsa King.
Absolutely. He was great in Tulsa King.
White Man Freddy was the man. TLJ Screwjob says, instead of an NES, the Wokebusters use a Switch. Yeah, I'm trying to think, do we have any... We have our own technology. We don't have anything like the NES Advantage controller that they use at the end of Ghostbusters 2, because we don't really ride a giant statue to fight the Stay Woke Trigglypuff Man. We trigger it by telling it some things, and then we fight it like like a monster.
Spoilers!
Oh, that's just a tease, and that's good. That was a good tease.
Yeah, I put that actually on the Indiegogo. You can see that page of the Stay Woke Trigglypuff Man getting triggered. So if you're curious about how that looks, check it out.
Head over to the Indiegogo now.
Yeah, folks. If you need something now, go to Wokebusters go to Stealing Solo. There you go. Cheap plug. TLJ Screwjob says, I love Alpha Protocol. I 100%ed it. It took about 7 playthroughs to do so, and then I did 3 more and burnt myself out, unfortunately.
Damn. That's a lot. I've played through the Mass Effect trilogy in its entirety about 16 or 17 times.
I have never played through a game that many times. Like, I guess GoldenEye would be it, but what I'll do is I'll beat the game and then I'll just play different missions. So, sometimes I might turn on infinite health and play the train 10 times in a row and see how many people I can kill in a minute. Like,
fair, entirely valid.
I swear I'm not violent. I just play a violent guy on the internet.
Not at all.
No. Me, never. Xavier God says, Jeff and Wolf, do you guys have a favorite Dragon Ball game?
Probably Budokai Tenkaichi 2. But I played all of the Budokais growing up. I haven't played the SNES game. I still haven't played Kakarot. I own it. And Dragon Ball FighterZ is cool as a 2D fighting game, but I'm not particularly good at it because I'm not very good at 2D fighting games that aren't named Marvel vs. Capcom 2.
That's a great game.
It's a phenomenal game.
When we hang out, we have to have beers and play that game.
Hell yes.
Or wine. I'm classy enough.
I'm good with why not both?
All right, you're speaking my language.
Why not both?
Script, you're invited too, man. You got to come down and we'll have a high council union. I can't say reunion since we've never met, but you get the gist.
An in-person round table where we're all drinking shooting the shit, and then beating the shit out of each other on Marvel vs. Capcom.
That would be fun. I used to play that at the movie theater arcade all the time.
I used to ride my bike across town after school with my friend at the time to go to the one pizza joint in town that had an MVC2 arcade machine, and we would dump a crap ton of quarters in that thing.
The greatest loss of my Xbox 360. Well, it was stolen, and I lost my Marvel vs. Capcom 2 and my X-Men arcade game that I had downloaded on the system.
No.
And they took them off the marketplace, and I'm still pissed.
No.
To answer your question about Dragon Ball Z games, I guess like Xenoverse or something. I liked the Budokai games back in the day. I never owned any Dragon Ball Z games. And then finally, TLJ Screwjob says, Jeff Wolf script, ever burnt out on a game or a movie?
I have burnt out on movies, but those are movies that I've been working on as like a writer and also in part of like post-production, where you're watching it various different forms multiple times a day, basically 5 days a week. Where you eventually face the burnout in that, all just trying to make something great for the audience to see for their first time, but you've seen it thousands of times. That's really it. Anything else like games, regular movie stuff? No, not yet. One day maybe.
The only games that I get burnt out on are multiplayer games if I play them with too much frequency, like Mario Kart. There was actually a period of time where I burnt myself on that so bad that I took like 6 months away from the game, just because I was just playing it and, specifically streaming it far too frequently. But single player games, not really. Like single player games, I tend to use as sources of inspiration, as well as just kind of like relaxing and enjoying the story. But I'll use them as either visual inspiration or character inspiration or story inspiration. When you guys finally see what I'm cooking up for my first creator-owned project that I'm working on, if you're fans of the specific things that I am taking little bits of and putting in as Easter eggs to be like, hey, if you like this thing that I love, you're gonna notice this and you're gonna smile. At least that's my intent and my hope. You'll get it.
That's a good tease, because now I want to know more. Burnout. I've been burnt out on a lot of stuff. I guess I've been burnt out on it so much that I'll never play it or remember it again. But like, what's something I got burnt out on as a kid? Wow, I'm really drawing a blank. Sorry, I want to give you a better answer. Like, Spider-Man 2 for the original Xbox. I played that so much that going back to play it now, I'm just like, eh.
Like a lot of people played that game till the disc died.
Yeah.
You know what's terrible is that Spider-Man 2 for PC was nothing like the Xbox or PS2 version.
I had a demo of that, and I was like, wow, this is a disappointment.
It's not the same game at all. It's like, why didn't they just port the console version to PC like they did with the first Spider-Man game?
I didn't even realize that's what they did.
Oh, it's vastly different. I was glad that I only had the demo, and I'm like, I didn't pay money for that. Cause...
Yeah, I just played it on my original Xbox.
Did you have the demo where you fought the Rhino?
I think so. That's at the construction yard site, right?
Yep.
That's the one where you have to like, you can't web anywhere. You have to go to a specific zone to web, and it was dumb. What's really funny is when Spider-Man 2, the video game, came out, which I think was like what, 2004? Yeah. It was just before I started heading to New York. I literally learned how to navigate Manhattan Island in person because I played that game so much.
That is awesome.
That's good.
And it was freaky too, because I'm there with my friends and we're like, oh, how do we get to this part here? I'm like, oh, we just go down this road here and take a right, and then we can cut past the cabs, and we're there. And it's like, and yeah, it was pretty crazy, because I even had like the little magazine that has the map of Manhattan Island on there, but I never had to open it up to look at it, because I'm like, I already know this from Spider-Man 2. They did a really good digital rescan of the island for the game.
God, I had so much fun with that. I'd still be lost in New York. But, I'll tell you this, though. Last thing I'll say. Grand Theft Auto, when I moved to California, so much of that's based on L.A., and it's, accurate to the point where I'm like, I know where I am. Holy shit.
Yeah.
So that was the best thing I got out of GTA 5. That and a bunch of disappointment waiting for GTA 6.
Yeah.
And,
Rockstar announcing a new
crime was
project.
accurate.
GTA 5 remastered ×3.
What'd you say, Script?
I'm just thinking, with GTA 5, because it is based on LA, it's at certain times of day where not to go because that's where the crime peaks in GTA 5, and it also peaks like that in LA.
Yep.
It's a true story.
All right, guys.
Man, Hollywood Boulevard after 7 p.m. Yep, you better watch out. The prostitutes and the gangbangers are coming out of the woodwork.
They'll get you at breakfast nowadays. I mean, it may have changed in the 4 months since I've left there, but there wasn't a good time of day to go to certain parts.
GTA 5 is kind of a little bit of a relic because I think it predates Gavin Newsom being governor of the state. So
yeah, that game's from 2013.
Yeah, so that predates him. That's back in Schwarzenegger days. So yeah,
13? No, it wasn't Gary Brown.
Was it Brown?
I'm pretty sure Brown had his next run at that point, didn't he? I'm trying to remember because that was before I left. Because I left in 2017. I want to say it was Brown because Newsom wasn't. I don't think Newsom was governor when I left.
No,
I don't want to think about California, actually. Fuck that state.
Yeah.
I lived there for over 25 years.
Yeah, I don't know how you did it.
I mean, the first handful of years I was there was fine. That's why we moved
there. That is true. When I started going out to California...
In the 90s, it was fine.
Yeah, and in 06, it was actually quite a decent peak, or at least... I noticed it was really, really good. And then as we got closer, more into the 2010s, that's when it started to not be California anymore, at least the one that I recognized.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Well, guys, we went 4 hours and 15 minutes, so that was...
Damn.
Yeah,
Did not feel like that.
No. I always feel bad, but then you guys are always having such a good time, too, so I'm like, fuck it, we'll just keep going until somebody says, well, it's time to go, or we actually reach the end. So, is there anything you guys want to say before we go?
I just want to impress upon everybody the importance of supporting legitimate alternatives. So check out that Indiegogo for Tom. Check out Wokebusters as well. Check out Script's Patreon. I'm sure he can pitch better than I can. But and then shameless plug, not for myself, but for my boss. Check out ripaverse.com. We've got Alpha Core coming up here very soon. And I'm telling y'all, the book is good. Written by Chuck Dixon, so why wouldn't it be?
Script, anything you want to say?
Other than the fact that it's been awesome hanging out with you guys this evening, yes, please go. If you're so inclined, please check out Island in the Stars, Tom Conkle's Indiegogo. Show your support to, of course, Jeff, his projects of Stealing Solo, Wokebusters, and, of course, the Rippaverse, and all the congratulations over there for such another very profitable and successful campaign. And if you are so inclined to get into writing, I do offer fun tips and services through my Patreon, and the base tier member has a 7-day free trial, so you can actually get your feet wet, see if it's worth it, and if you think so, I appreciate your support. Otherwise, yeah, that's all I have to say on my end.
Folks, thank you for joining us tonight. We'll be back on Thursday night with the WCBS podcast. Check out today's video on Starfield for a solid take, the world-class take, I might say. If you really want to get an awesome comic in your hand, go to stealingsolo.com right now. It's powered by Shopify, so you get the award-winning safety, security, and customer service, but you get an awesome comic from me. So you can check that out. It answers the greatest what-if question of all time. What if a group of disgruntled Star Wars fans kidnap Harrison Ford and force him to remake Star Wars in their basement? It's a funny book. It's been called Laugh Out Loud Funny by this community, and I'm sure you're going to love it if you like Star Wars or anything we've ever talked about here on YouTube. And if you can't wait for Wokebusters, well, you'll have to wait a little while longer. I'm sending a big batch of pages to the colorist, and then we're going to be turning some of that stuff into a trailer to get the hype up. So remember, folks, treat it like this. If you backed it early, you're going to get your first edition book. You probably already got your shirt, your slime, and all that fun stuff. But the real fun hasn't even started yet. So, folks, thank you for watching. We'll be back next time with more. But in the meantime, be smart, be safe, be cool, but always be excellent to each other. Todd.